Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, invited guests, valued sponsors, overseas chapter representatives, and my dear BCICAI members. I'm CA Nisha Sharma Kotwani, the Secretary for the term 22-23 of the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which is popularly known on the island as BCICAI. On behalf of the entire Executive Committee, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the third Women CA Conference with the theme Embrace Equity. It is indeed a proud moment for all of us that this first in-person Women CA Conference is being held under the leadership of the first ever woman chairperson of BCICAI. CA Sharmila Sheth, who has been instrumental in holding the previous two Women CA conferences virtually. And this conference being the third one and in person is another feather in the chapter's hat. We have also invited the spouses of our paid members and members of our two Toastmasters clubs, C2A and ICAP Club, to join us in this momentous occasion. A very warm welcome to our extended BCICAI family. To enable us to deliver a happening event today, I humbly request each one of you to adhere to the following housekeeping guidelines. Request all the smartphone users, the smart people, to keep their phones on silent, especially while attending inside the conference. And please avoid any movements in the hall when the session is in progress. Please be mindful of the time and come back in the hall after the session breaks when the bugle sound is played. Our third Women CA conference today is action-packed with 6 speakers, live performance by young talents, and many raffle draws with prizes only to those who are present inside the hall when the winner is announced. And all these things will be possible only with the proper time management and your support. Please write down any questions you may have for any of our speakers on a piece of paper and hand them over to our volunteers or to the stage management team here. We have a distinctive photo wall located outside, so make sure that you take memorable photos as a remembrance for the conference. We all are eager to discover how collectively we all will embrace equity today, because equity is a fact. Embracing equity is a choice. So join us in valuing and celebrating the differences towards building a fair and just society. And for that, let us now proceed to the first session. To walk us through the inaugural session, we have with us past BCICAI Secretary and an ardent Toastmaster, CA Shubhashri Srinivasan. Please put your hands together for CA Shubhashri.
Thank you, CA Nisha. Good morning, dignitaries, eminent speakers, invited guests, sponsors, and my dear fellow CA members. On behalf of CA Sharmila Sheth, the Executive Committee, and especially the women CA members, I invite you all once again to the 3rd CA Women Conference with the theme, Embrace Equity. May I now request you all to kindly stand for the Bahrain National Anthem, Indian National Anthem, followed by the ICAI Motor Song.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. It is indeed a great privilege and honor for me to be your Master of Ceremonies for this opening ceremony. Let me step back and take you a few years back. November 2014, when some of us CAs met for dinner. Over that meet, CA Kushbu, CA Shri Bharati and myself hit upon an idea of forming a separate women's wing in the CA chapter here in Bahrain. It was wholeheartedly embraced by our women members here in Bahrain and the then executive committee, and thus was born ICAI, Women Indian CAs in Bahrain. From 2015 onwards, we have grown in numbers and size, and of course, we have today the first woman chairperson of BCICAI. We are very proud of you, CA Sharmila Sheth. Since November 15, we used to conduct every year in the month of March an event exclusively for women. In the sense, this whole event would be stage managed by the women members themselves. We have evolved and now we have had 2 CA Women Conferences, and now here we are at the 3rd Women CA Conference. Now that you all know how we evolved, let us now proceed to the opening ceremony. May I now invite CA Sharmila Sheth to please come onto the stage. Can we have the, please. CA Sharmila Sheth, please, the first woman chairperson of BCICAI. Please give it up to her. May I now request the women executive committee members to kindly accompany the dignitaries. It's with great pleasure that we invite His Excellency Sri Priyu Srivastava, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the chapter patron to the stage. May I also invite Mrs. Monica Srivastava to please be with us on the stage. May I now invite Ms. Nuha Suleiman, Director of Project Assessment, Labour Fund, Tamkeen, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause should continue. CA Sharmila Sheth, may I request you to kindly present a bouquet to our dignitaries now? Dignitaries, please be seated. But again, I may have to ask you to come again. Light brings brightness. In doing so, it dispels darkness and we begin to see things clearly. Lighting of a lamp is believed to bring in prosperity, wealth, and positivity. To spread this positivity, may I request CA Sharmila to lead our dignitaries for the light lamping ceremony. A lamp that is lit in a dark room dispels darkness. Symbolically, it is leading the individual to supreme knowledge. It is ultimately removal of ignorance. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Lead us from darkness to light. Thank you, dignitaries. World over, March 8th is celebrated as the International Women's Day. This day would like to bring attention to the women's rights movements and gender equity amongst other things. Though this movement started many decades ago, it is now largely socio-cultural and centered on the celebration of womanhood itself. This year, our chapter has chosen the theme, Embrace Equity. Equity isn't just a nice to have, it is a must have. The aim of Embrace Equity is to get all of us talking about why only equal opportunities isn't enough. Equity means creating an inclusive world. Now let us hear from the first chairperson of our chapter, women chairperson of our chapter, the vivacious, charming, and talented C.A. Sharbala. I'll like to invite her to share her thoughts, please.
Thank you, C.A. Subhashri. Hi, hello, namaste, and salam alaikum. A very good morning and welcome to the third Women CA Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. Respected His Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Nuha Suleiman, Director of Project Assessment, Labour Fund Tamkeen, Madam Ambassador Ms. Monica Srivastava, wife of Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, C.A. Preeti Savla, Chairperson, Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee, eminent speakers, women leaders of other GCC chapters, other dignitaries, members of YCAP, C2A and ICAP Toastmasters Club, and other distinguished guests. A warm good morning and welcome to the third Women CA Conference, and as Subhashri and Nisha said, the first in-person physical Women Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. So as we all know, every year, 8th March, is celebrated as Women's Day, a day to mark the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, a day to honor those who stood up for women's rights, a day to recognize women's struggle to be free, and a day to recognize the important role women continues to play in the society. The global campaign theme for International Women's Day for this year, as well as of our conference, is Embrace Equity, and what an apt theme for this year. So here comes the question, what does the motto Embrace Equity mean? The term equity refers to fairness and justice, but it's distinguished from equality. Most of the time, the word equity and equality are used interchangeably. However, despite some similarities, they are inherently different aspects. Equality means providing same to all, whereas equity means recognizing that the people don't begin life at the same place, and the circumstances can make it more difficult for the people to achieve the same goal despite the same opportunities. So the International Women's Day of 2023 with the theme Embrace Equity talks exactly about this, about why, as C.A. Subhashri said, equal opportunities are no longer enough, and instead we should look towards equity as a better principle for the progress of the society. Equality focuses on providing all genders with equal opportunities, such as women's right to vote, but just giving the same right as men doesn't work. Women often require more than that to have the same level playing field. This shift from the gender equality to the process of gender equity is required for the meaningful progress, and this is exactly the purpose of today's conference, that is to dwell more on this topic and how we can achieve it, why it is important for the industry as a whole, and how by embracing equity we can create more inclusive environment, and it's not only for the men or women but for all of us. And we are fortunate as a part of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, where our leaders, our mentors, and all the BCICAI members have always considered all with equality, giving much required equity. BCICAI regularly focuses on creating equality for all its members and create an inclusive culture of teamwork. And the third Women Conference, in fact, a very successful consecutive third International Women Conference is a testimony to that. So with that, I just wish each and every person here, not only women, but all the men out there as well, to get respect, equity and equality at every stage of their life. And with that, I hand over control back to CA Subhashri to proceed with the inaugural session. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you, CA Sharmila, for your insights on the conference. The Indian Embassy and the Indian Ambassador have been providing tremendous support to the BCICI and its activities over the years, and this year has been no different. So now may I invite the Indian Ambassador, Piyush Srivastava, to please come and address us all.
Thank you. CA Sharmila Seth, Chairperson of Bahrain Chapter of ICAI, Ms. Nuha, Suleiman, Representative of Supreme Council of Women and Director Tamkeen Kingdom of Bahrain, CA Preeti Savla, Chairperson of the Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, my wife Monica Srivastava, Patron of Indian Ladies Association Bahrain, distinguished guests and speakers on the panel, members of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of the third Women CA conference organized by Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India on the occasion of International Women's Day. Let me at the outset congratulate Bahrain chapter of ICAI for such a laudable initiative. Congratulations to all women entrepreneurs and dignitaries present here today who not only have distinguished careers but have also made an impact at society at large. Bahrain chapter of ICAI is among the most active and professional Indian associations in Bahrain. I am happy to see that it is presently headed by a woman, CA Sharmila Seth, a very able leader and thorough professional. I congratulate BCICAI for leading by example on this occasion of Women's Day. Distinguished guests, International Women's Day celebrates not just the achievements and progress of women in their careers and home, but also reflects upon the status of women in the world today and the barriers that still keep them from true equality. We have seen even during the recent IPU conference, Inter-Parliamentary Union Conference, which held in Bahrain just earlier this week, there was a session, there was a dedicated committees discussing women parliamentarians came together and discuss these issues relating to what the theme of today's conference is, embracing equity. We have countless examples of women leaders in both our countries. In India, women's participation in diverse fields has not only increased, but many of these initiatives and organizations are led by distinguished women leaders. It could be the field of government, politics, entrepreneurship, business, medical, sports, social development, or in non-government sectors, you can name any sector. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and I quote, "Women-led development has propelled India's Nari Shakti forward in every sphere, from entrepreneurship to defense, in every manifestation as mother or child." Similarly, in Bahrain, we also see women leading in diverse areas, be it government, parliament, business, or as entrepreneurs. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, initiatives such as this conference are source of inspiration and lead the way forward for more and more initiatives for women empowerment and their advancement in all fields. This will also lead to, I am sure, increased collaboration in diverse fields between the women leaders and business women of India and Kingdom of Bahrain. I I think, like me, all of you are eagerly waiting to hear from the distinguished speakers on the subject, speakers who are gathered here today, as well as some who have joined online. So before concluding, I once again congratulate the team BCICAI, particularly the women team, for their tremendous efforts in putting together this wonderful event. And I wish all of you a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You see that I'm elevated now. Thank you very much for your encouraging words. Thank you again, sir. Now let's have another woman speaker here. She is the Director of Project Assessment and Labour Fund Tamkeen. And I've just met her a few minutes back, and she is an excellent speaker. That's what I gather from her talk with her. Let's have Ms. Nuha Suleiman, please.
That's okay. Do you guys want me elevated? Yes. All right. I hope I'm not too loud. Should I move it better? All right. First of all, Assalamu alaikum and hello to everyone in this room. I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to be part of this conference that sheds light on a very important topic, being embrace equity. If I may start with a quote that says, "Equality is like leaving the door open for anyone who has the means to approach it, whereas equity is about ensuring that there is a pathway to the door for those who need it." That being said, I'd like to shed light on how Tamkeen works on embracing equity within its culture, whether to its internal users or external beneficiaries. Here at the Labour Fund Tamkeen, we constantly explore various forms of support, including financial, technical, and advisory, which enables progress and business development that ensures individuals are given an equal opportunity to unleash their potential, which will eventually lead to gender equity in all business aspects. Tamkeen has recently been awarded by Her Royal Highness Princess Sabicha bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa for being Bahraini Women Advancements in the public sector, especially the official enterprises category, due to its distinguished organizational strategy that takes into consideration elements of gender balance to raise the competitiveness of women and increase their economic participation in the labor market. Emphasizing on women, not to take away from men in the room, but due to her multiple roles that she takes in her life, the Labour Fund has implemented policies and procedures that foster a work environment that enables work-life balance and adopts high level of institutional flexibility, thus enabling the achievement of participation of women within the organization and enhancing their productivity. Believe it or not, 54% of Tamkeen's employees are women. And that too, 40% of the leadership positions are filled by women. Since establishment, Tamkeen provided support of over 104 training and employment opportunities for Bahraini women across all sectors, in addition to supporting over 24,000 women-led enterprises with over 250 million dinars. This included, of course, facilitating financing from banks through several portfolios, including Riyadat Portfolio, which is a dedicated program to support Bahraini women in business with collaboration with the Supreme Council of Women and Bahrain Development Bank. The portfolio provides accessible financing solutions to develop their commercial activities, translating to future and continued success. We always strive to find new ways to extend our support to Tamkeen's employees and external beneficiaries, and I'm more than excited to hear our speakers talk about this topic. Thank you very much.
Once again elevated that Bahrain has been doing a lot for the women. Please give it up. Thank you, Ms. Nuha, for your kind words and thoughts how Bahrain has been embracing equity too. Our parent body, the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has always been a staunch supporter of the overseas chapters and has always made its presence felt. Today we have 2 video messages from our parent body. Let us now see a video message from the ICAI President, CA Aniket Talati, on the occasion of International Women's Day. Can we please have the video, please?
A very happy and joyous International Women's Day to all of you. On this day, I wish all the very best, not only for the women chartered accountants, girl students, but also for all the other women in our society that have contributed and shaped the future of all members of our fraternity. Women's contribution has always been acknowledged from generations. However, now women-led development is the focal point of discussions at all forums across the globe. It's a well-known fact that without the equal contribution of women, who form half of the world's population, no country, economy or profession can succeed. Apart from your own successful endeavors, it is you who guide and motivate us as mothers, sisters, daughters, friends or colleagues to learn, excel and emerge as winners. Today, your achievements in our profession are commendable to say the least. I am proud to state that in our November 2022 examinations, female students accounted for 44% in the total pass percentage, and in the final exam, this ratio was also similar to that of the foundation. Not only this, in the top 3 All India rankings at both final and intermediate, 2 positions were taken by our female students. Over the years, more and more women have been strengthening the profile of the accountancy profession in India with their skills and acumen. Today, ICAI can proudly state that women members are almost 29% of our total membership strength, and girl students are more than 42% of our active student strength. We are proud of you, and the legacy you bring to our profession is immense. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has always realized the inherent capabilities of its women members and has taken active steps in empowering them to realize their true potential. Through a dedicated member empowerment committee for women, ICAI has been taking several measures to develop capabilities of women members to effectively utilize their professional knowledge and expertise. We had organized work from home, flexi time, part-time job opportunities placement exclusively for women members last year. We are confident that empowering our women members will promote inclusiveness and catalyze the growth of our profession. There are a plethora of opportunities for our women chartered accountants, and we are committed to work towards helping them achieve their full potential. As rightly stated by Swami Vivekananda, there is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing. For our profession to realize its true potential, it's important and imperative that our women members actively participate in our success. You, as a member, need to be proactive and take charge of your careers through voicing your concerns, being networked and visible, taking advantage of the various initiatives that are offered by the Institute and its committees. During the presidency of G20, among other social agendas of our country, is also going to be taking women development and women empowerment as focus areas and would lead the way for women-led development. ICAI, being one of the premier accounting bodies of the world, is dedicated towards providing an enabling environment for women members to succeed with confidence at all fronts and contributing in this very important initiative of the government. This year, we will also address the concerns and the growth of our young members through Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee. I would request both women and young members to actively participate in this committee's various initiatives. I once again wish all of you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
That was an elevating. That was an elevating and powerful message. Definitely powerful when the mic goes off. If you had noticed, our ICAI president had mentioned about the Women and Young Members Committee. So we have the chairperson of the Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee reaching out to us by a video message as well. CA Preeti Savla.
Good morning, one and all. I am really happy to note that ICAI Bahrain chapter has organized this Women's CA conference on the theme Embrace Equity to acknowledge the strength, achievement and accomplishments of women professionals. It is very heartening to note that Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Government of India, is gracing this conference as a chief guest, along with eminent dignitaries H.E. Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Nuha Suleiman, Director of Project Assessment, Labour Fund, and representative of Supreme Council of Women and Ms. Monica Srivastava. I also acknowledge the eminent speakers of the conference who I sure are going to enrich the knowledge of participants to a great extent with their wisdom. I also acknowledge the efforts of Chairperson and entire team of Bahrain chapter for organizing this conference. There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women, so rightly said by Kof and Men, who served the 7th Secretary General of United Nations and was co-recipient of the 2001 Nobel Prize. The importance of women empowerment can be judged from the fact that this concept has been made into entirely separate sustainable development goal framed by United Nations SDG 5, which tells about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, has put women empowerment at the focus of international community. It is time that the world realize women are the main architects of the society. The women power is a formidable force that can create, nurture and transform any area. They are real agents of change for the sustainable development. This year's International Women's Day 2023 campaign theme, Embrace Equity, is all about inclusion, diversity and giving equitable opportunity to women at all levels. It also includes all those activities needed to perform for the benefit of women professionals to make them achieve equal outcomes and recognitions and rewards. As a chairperson of Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, I sincerely appreciate the initiatives of Bahrain chapter to bring to forefront and focus such pertinent issues related to women professionals. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has been taking several measures through capacity building initiatives, skill development activities, providing awareness of various employable opportunities, and by other similar means to make women members achieve their true potential and in making their comeback in the professional sphere easier. Towards the same, the Women Members Empowerment Committee was constituted way back in the year 2014 to address their concerns and upskill them. Today, ICAI boasts of women comprising almost 26% of total membership, and girl students comprises of about more than 42% share of active students. As on date, there are more than 1 lakh women chartered accountants. I am happy to share that, keeping the theme Embrace Equity, our committee has also organized campus placement program for women for work from home and flexi time and the part-time job opportunities exclusively for the women members last year. We received enthusiastic response from both members as well as the corporates, and hence we have decided to continue this activity for the women members, this placement program this year as well. Again, we are also planning to conduct overseas placement program. So I am more than pleased to share that this year, along with this national placement program, we will also conduct the overseas placement program, campus placement drive, to provide international job opportunities to our deserving and talented women members. Another initiative I can proudly share with all of you that last year, being the first year, we have organized more than 40 programs under the Sky High Symposium virtually. That is, every Wednesday evening, the weekly series had been giving the opportunity, the platform provided to all the women fraternity to become the speakers on the technical as well as non-technical topics, and over more than 120 women members have become the moderators in the program. This year we'll continue this conduct and weekly Wednesday Sky High Symposium series, and that also along with the international speakers as well. And this will provide an opportunity not only to our international women fraternity to participate in the endeavors of the Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee of ICAI, but also to share international perspective on the pertinent global issues with our members. This year, we also address the concerns of the growth of young colleagues from Women and Young Members Empowerment Committee. I would request both women as well as young members settled anywhere in India or abroad to actively participate in the initiative of our WYMEC committee. Chartered accountancy profession opens vistas of opportunities for one and more so women members. Apart from traditional accounting work, holder of this profession can opt to pursue career in more challenging and niche areas of digital automation, forensic audit, IPR, sustainability and ESG, and lot more. We are confident that empowering our women members will promote the inclusiveness and catalyze the growth of our profession and the economy as a whole. We strongly believe women can be accountancy profession's competitive advantage if they are brought to the fore and core of our profession. Friends, ours is a very dynamic profession where we have to keep in touch with the changing laws and new legislations. ICAI, being the premier accounting body of our country, is dedicated towards providing an enabling environment for women members also to succeed with the confidence at all fronts. We at ICAI have firm belief in sustainable change and development, not only in our profession, nation but also in the whole world. And it is my privilege to acknowledge that our profession has achieved a tremendous growth since its inception. Today, ICAI has taken a big step towards sustainable development by introducing sustainable reporting standards, and I feel so proud being the first woman chairperson of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, which is the youngest board of ICAI. It's 3 years old, and I'm chairing this. I have also been nominated on the ISSB from India's front. I wish the conference a huge success and all the best to all the participants for their future endeavors. Thank you so much.
BCICI would like to place on record our gratitude and appreciation to ICAI for curating these video messages for us specially. I now request CA Sharmila to honor our dignitaries with a token of appreciation. Thank you, His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, for always being there supporting our chapter. Mrs. Monica Srivastava for coming here and being with us, and also being a big support to our ambassador. Because he supports us, so you have to support him. Ms. Nuha Suleiman, thank you for being with us, Director of Project Assessment, Labour Fund Tabkeen. May I request the dignitaries for a full photo, please? Yeah, in the front row. Thank you, dignitaries, for your address, and may I now request CA Sharmila to kindly lead the dignitaries to the head table, please. A good beginning is always important for a great event. Now that we have a good head start, let us forge ahead with a wonderful dance performance. From the steady rhythm of the heart to the bulky beats of the dole, rhythm is everywhere and engulfs our life entirely. One such rhythm is Garba. It is a joyful dance of worshipping and celebrating the divine feminine. Choreographed by Geetanjali Ajit, under the guidance of Guru Chitralekha Ajit, performing to the song Dolida R, Amrutavarshini Murugan, Gayatri Sudhir, Janaki Vishnu, Naishada Nair, Nirupama Pillai, Priya Chitta, and Uttara Krishna.
പന്തണി വന്ന ചുന്ദരി വാവേ തങ്കിണ്ണക്ക തകതിമിയാടും തങ്കനിലാവേ മുന്തിരി കഞ്ചി കഞ്ചിക്കോ മുന്തിരി മുത്തൊളി ചിന്തിക്കോ പന്തണി വന്ന ചുന്ദരി വാവേ തങ്കിണ്ണക്ക തകതിമിയാടും തങ്കനിലാവേ
शर्माए दिल मेरा कैसे समझो उड़ गया सारा रे ढोल पे नशा बिगड़ा जाए जरा जरा दिल मेरा खुल के नाचूं शर्माए दिल मेरा कैसे समझो उड़ गया सारा रे ढोल पे नशा लीड़ा धम धम धमक बजे लीड़ा धम धम धमक बजे लीड़ा धम धम धमक बजे नच नच रे ढोल पे हवा मारी मारी कमर मारी आरा सिंहा अमराजे आवा गणना ढूंढर मारी आकाली धरा डंका वागे
What an enthralling performance, wasn't that? May I request CA Sharmila Seth to be once again on the stage to give away a token of appreciation to these young adults. I would like to call the Guru Chitralekha Ajit also on the stage, who has been their Guru for some time, and she's also been teaching classical dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi for more than 2 decades in Bahrain. Chitralekha Ajit. Please. Madam, please, can you please come on stage? Let me now invite the young ladies to accept their token of appreciation. Amrutavarshini Murugan, Gayatri Sudhir. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause keep coming in. Janaki Vishnu, Naishada Nair, Nirupama Pillai, Priya Chitta, Uttara Krishna, one last time, give them a round of applause for their enthralling performance. If the speeches elevated all of us, this dance actually added the spirit to a very well begun opening ceremony. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this now concludes this session, and it has definitely been a great pleasure for me to be your MC for this session. I now call upon CA Shri Bharti to take us through the next session while wishing all of us an enriching conference. Thank you and good day.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank our ambassador and his wife for taking time for this session and being with us today morning. As they are busy and have other prior commitments, they would like to excuse themselves, and we are very thankful for their presence. Thank you. Our sincere gratitude to them for joining us today. So, good morning, everyone, once again. As we sit here today and we enjoy this event, I would like to draw your attention to the people who have given their time and effort in ensuring the success of the conference. To start off with, usually we do giving away these mementos towards the end of the session, where most of our members are already looking to head home. And the members have to cheer for themselves, and the volunteers have to cheer for themselves. So to start something different and to first acknowledge their efforts, we are going to start off by recognizing and acknowledging the time and effort they have given to us. So I'm talking about our BCICAI women member volunteers, who have been working round the clock for the last few days and making sure that this day is memorable for all of us. Elizabeth Andrews said, and I quote, "Volunteers do not necessarily have the time, they have the heart," unquote. Thank you, ladies, for your priceless contribution. In order to recognize your time and effort that you have put in, we would like to present a token of our appreciation. And to do the honors, I would request our vivacious CA Sharmila Shet on the stage. And as I call out the name of the volunteers, I would request you to come onto the stage, please. And do stay on the stage so that we can all take a pic together as well. Starting off with CA Himanshi Malhotra. CA Khushbu Wagnani. CA Ambika Shetty. CA Rowana Miranda. CA Rowana. Okay, I think she is handling some responsibility out. Okay. CA Subhashri, who was there with us today morning to the inaugural session. CA Sunita Gupta. CA Keta Shah. That's CA Keta Shah. CA Akhila Maduri. CA Deepa Shetty. And CA Natasha Gopalakrishnan. CA Natasha was instrumental in getting this design and the memento done. Thank you, volunteers. I would just request all of you to stand together for a pic. Can I also request a woman ExCom member, CA Nisha and Ashwati also on the stage, please? Thank you all. As we all know, Smriti Irani ji was supposed to address us earlier today, as the first session. She had some commitments from the PMO's office which she had to attend on priority. So we are expecting that we are trying to get her in the afternoon. We will keep you posted on that. So we now continue with the other sessions. And to take us through the first session today, we have with us CA Natasha, and I would call upon her to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first session of the day. As Chairperson CA Sharmila said earlier, equity means considering each person's unique circumstances and removing their barriers so that the end result is equal for all. Our first speaker is a reformer who has embraced equity in its true sense by making inclusivity and opportunities her vision. India has the largest number of hearing impaired persons in the world, and here is someone who brings out the creativity and potential of this community by decoding their silence. May we please have the AV to introduce the speaker.
Smriti Nagpal, founder and CEO, Atulya Kala. Smriti Nagpal started working as a sign language interpreter in India, the country with the world's largest deaf population. When she was 20, she started interpreting news for the hearing impaired on national television. And later, she found Atulya Kala, India's first deaf-run lifestyle brand. Her aim is to empower deaf artists in India and to increase their interaction with the rest of society through business. She delivered India's first TEDx talk in sign language. Recently, she also founded HearCan, which is a deaf-run co-working cave in New Delhi. Her initiatives have earned her worldwide recognition, including a place in the Forbes 30 Under 30 list in 2016 and BBC's 100 Inspirational Women list in 2015. Smriti Nagpal.
Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Smriti Nagpal to speak on the topic Decoding Silence.
Thank you so much for this beautiful introduction and making me reminding me that there's so much more to do, and there's such a long way that I have to reach and I have to do all along. But to start with, I really want to start on a very personal note, very personal journey, and also to address the main question, why I started this. Why sign language? Why am I working with the deaf community of India? So I was born in a family with two elder siblings who are deaf and mute. And we share an age gap of about 10 and 11 years. So imagine when I was born in that family, that off-site child, who just came in the family in the last leg of. So at that time, sign language was not really something that parents were learning to communicate with their deaf kids. They were using the layman signs, they were using their, day-to-day gestures or, any form of communication that they could create within the space, within the family. And that's when I was born. I was actually born to be the interpreter of that family. That's what I feel. But subconsciously or consciously, I became that bridge between my sister, brother, and my parents. And I think there's something that I strongly believe, that in our lives, there's always these moments, these profound moments that, somehow shape our life. But most of us, a lot of time, misinterpret that, ignore that because they not necessarily fit in the correct box or not accepted by the society. But I was somewhere very lucky that, I was able to pick and choose and create like a wholesome ecosystem for myself, which fulfilled the passion and the love I shared for this language. So coming back to my family, I had a very interesting childhood. So two siblings, 11 years older than me, super protective. I always felt like I have two parents, going on. It's like a full protective scenes. But that journey of me, of interpreting, of communicating in sign language came very naturally. So I was very young when my mother still tells me and my sister that I started signing before I started even speaking. So I still feel that's my mother tongue, that's something that I always started with. And I see that even in my niece and nephew. So both my siblings are blessed with kids and, they are hearing kids. So it's a very natural system, I think, for us that when my nephew speaks to me, he will talk verbally. And the moment he switches from me to the sister, he starts signing. And he started doing this when he was just 1 year old. So, when we talk about inclusion, when we talk about equity, and we talk about creating ecosystem, I think sometimes it's so natural in us humans, to accommodate, to create that environment. But because of our lifestyle, because of our routine, because of our work, we really tend to, move away and then focus on what is accepted, largely in this country or in the ecosystem. So my journey started because of my siblings, of course. But after that, there were moments when, it kept taking turns where I felt. So I'll walk you through one of the most. I think I have been blessed to have a lot of beautiful experiences in my life because of the work. But one of the moments that I always remember and that really, shakes me up every time is that I would love to share that with you. I was 16, this was back in 2006, and it was World Disability Day, which happens on the 3rd of December. On that day, in 2006, there were not many interpreters in India. You know, we still don't have many, like we are still handful. But that time it was literally like 4 or 5 people in the entire country. And most of us were either the children of deaf adults or we were the sibling of deaf adults. So we were just trying to create something ki kuch to karna hai, let's just try to, you know, be part of this. I reached the event. The event was a full day event and I was just accompanying my sister that day. I was not told that I had to interpret for 3 hours straight. But then I was dragged on the stage because the Chief Minister was coming, they had to talk about their demands, there was a lot of important conversations happening, but no interpreter. So on that stage, I had about 30,000 people in front of me who've come from across the country, you know, and just sitting there throughout the night, throughout the morning, just to tell the government that, you know, we need few things to, you know, thrive in this ecosystem. Can we get that? During that time, it turned really dark. It was already evening. And I was on this stage. I was the 16-year-old 10th standard kid, had no idea what am I doing, but quite happy. You know, I was quite satisfied with that moment. And then it turned dark. And there was no way that we were not expecting that we were going to be there the whole day. So there was no arrangements of, you know, lightning or anything. In the crowd, it was a candle march. So from the crowd, there were about 10-15 deaf people who, you know, walked towards the stage and they made this beautiful semicircle around me with the candles in their hand. So every time I was signing and trying to convey what the minister is telling, there was this light, you know, that was around my hands. And the joy of how important this is for them. That really was something that I started believing in. And then I went back home and I just told my mother, you know, I really have no idea if I'm taking commerce, science, humanity. I have no clue, you know, but this one thing, it's not going away. It's going to be with me. So that was one of the moments that, you know, shaped my life. One of the moments that I took from that important day and I carried it forward. Going forward, I then joined the DD News as a sign language news anchor. I was the youngest in the country to become the anchor. I was still in my first year of college, you know, when they approached me. And I also experienced this beautiful and glamorous space where, you know, I had put like 20 kgs of makeup on my face and I was put on the screen to just interpret. But again, these little moments and, you know, I wouldn't say incidents, but somehow planned in my life and how I maneuvered my life around it is who I am today and is what I'm doing today. So that was a bit of journey that I had with my sign language and with the people around me. So next, I would really just want to move on to the space when we talk about inclusivity. I'm sure all of you here understand the importance of inclusion. You understand the importance of equality. And, you know, this conference is about equity. So definitely, that's something that I don't have to ponder upon a lot. But there is this basic 5-step rule that I follow whenever I want to impart any kind of inclusion or I want to create, you know, an inclusive space anywhere. The first and the most important part that I see is access. So for me, access is that you need to open the doors. If you want somebody from diverse background for a disability sector or any minority to, you know, join the bigger ecosystem, you need to open the doors first. That definitely means hiring. That means, you know, introducing them to the community, introducing them to the offices, corporates. So that's, and I see a lot of growth in that area, especially in India right now. So accessibility is one thing. But after that, the next and the most important part for me is integration. How are you integrating them, you know, in the society, in the office, in the workplace, in your schools, your colleges, wherever you are trying to give them access. So yes, you have hired them. Yes, they are part of your organization. And then what? Are you giving them the tools that they need to even perform the day-to-day routine life or the work? So that definitely means, for instance, if we say we are going to hire somebody from the LGBTI community, so then we need to take care of their basic needs, that there has to be maybe gender-neutral washrooms, you know. You have to give like a training session, sensitivity sessions. So all these areas is something that comes, it's the second step for me that I see, and extremely important to not just say, okay, you are part of this, we are hiring you, but to tell them that you are welcomed here. You know, we value you. You are one of us. And the third important step is support. So once you have, I think if you are at a stage of level 2 where you're integrating them, then all the other steps are super easy. Because then you get it, that okay, they are already part of the system, they are getting what they want, and now you just need to give them a basic support to introduce them with other team members, you know, create a cohesive environment for them. After this, I think one space where specifically if I talk about the Indian sector right now, somewhere the gap still prevails is the growth. So what happens, I see a lot of hiring have been happening, you know, in the country for the person with disabilities or a person from different marginalized communities. Yes, they're getting the jobs and, you know, they are, you know, earning money and getting the job, but where's the growth? We all as humans desire growth. That's the, you know, that's the motivation in our lives. So most of them, when they are hired in the service sector, aviation sector, or hospitality sector, they get the job, we get the representation, but do we really look forward to their growth as well? So I think it's extremely important that if you're hiring somebody, if you're integrating them in the system, make sure they are eligible at least to get the same level of growth that anybody will get in that company. And that's very important for their well-being as well as the company's well-being. I think next is impact. Impact is again an essential part of it. Like in accounting, you have to, by the end of it, you have to check that what really happened in the business, how is the money going, where is the money going. I think impact plays the same role for me. I need to measure that. I need to see that if I'm spending, you know, time, money, a lot of human power to follow these things, to hire them, am I really generating the impact for them and for me as well? And I think it's also a very good point if when you look at it from a company's perspective, that there is an impact that's happening because of these hirings, then you are motivated to do it again and again. So that's quite important to, you know, measure that. And that's my 5-rule step that I follow in my company. And I generally do this because I feel that just hiring or just, you know, having them on board in a company or representing is not enough. We need to really do a little bit more, and then things will really be streamlined. So that's something that I do. I would really request to, you know, just put on the PPT that I have here so I can tell a bit more about what I actually do. Yeah. I'll do that. So, my company is called Atulya Kala, which means incredible, unparalleled art. The idea behind this company, it is India's first deaf-run lifestyle brand. And when I started it 9 years back, I was, you know, approached by this deaf artist. I was, again, I think all my important part of my life have been shaped or somewhere maneuvered around this language. So I was walking in a Diwali Mela. I'm not making this up, seriously, okay? I was walking in a Diwali Mela and I was approached by this deaf artist who just tapped on my shoulder and he told me, you know, I've seen you on that news channel. You have to help me find a job. And I was like, I just graduated. I have no clue what I am doing. How am I giving you a job? I need time for that. So he said, I have done my master's in fine art. I have double degrees in it, and I have so much potential. But I'm just making diyas here. You know, like I'm just painting products. I don't enjoy that. Can you give me some alternate work? So I told him, okay, you know what? come back after like a week and I will, I'll try to figure out what's happening in this space, because I come from a business background, I studied business, so this was very new. So I went back and I checked the existing art colleges of Delhi, and I realized that they all have reservations for persons with disabilities, which means that they have a lot of students who are enrolling there, studying there, giving their time, money, everything. But what happens after that? They are not hired. Why? Not because they are not, good enough, but because nobody felt the need of taking that extra step to hire them and create this ecosystem where they can thrive. Now for me, that was not the problem. I knew the language. For me, this was something that I do at home all the time. So I called him, I told him to come see me, and I understood that there is a lot of potential. Then I started meeting a lot of more deaf people, a lot of artists, a lot of hearing artists as well, because I always feel that the true impact and the true change can only come when we work together. Collaboration is the key to it. So, of course, I needed, people from different communities to come together. That's when Atulya Kala was born. That's when this brand started. But initially when we started, we were a design house, because we thought we have a pool of designers and we can, fulfill the need of any client who are looking for any design work, and win-win. But going forward, I also started believing that I cannot be the center of this brand. I need to step out of that. Only then I can see some expansion. So that's when we moved and pivoted from a design house to a brand. And that's when the lifestyle brand was born, like 6 years back. In the beginning, we had, so when we started, we were basically focusing on home decor and stationery, and we achieved break even in the first year of our operations. And we are bootstrapped company. We never took any funding from anywhere. So this, you see the person here is Nilesh. He launched our first apparel collection, which we just launched last year, and we were sold out in the first month. So this person is 20 years of experience in fashion designing. He was working with a lot of different small, big brand designers in India. But he was never given the name. Nobody knew who is Nilesh. Nobody knew how to communicate to him. Nobody knew how to understand him. They were just using his designs and, selling it for like 10 times more. I met him because once I posted a story on Instagram that, I'm looking for deaf fashion designers in India. Somehow he contacted me and he said, I live in Lucknow, why don't you come see me? I went, I met him, and I realized that, why do I have to hire anyone from the hearing community when I have people from the community? And that's when a new door opened up for me. That's when I realized that there's so much more to do. So then that's when all the people that you see here, even here, these two are also deaf people. They modeled for us, they do creative space, they do photography. All the things that you see here have been done by them. So another very strong petition or something that I follow from my heart is to change the term deaf and dumb. It's something that we all need to address, we all need to talk about, and we all need to change. So just giving you a recommendation or like a suggestion that it's better to call them deaf instead of calling them deaf and dumb. It's accepted by them, they're happy to be called that, but not deaf and dumb. So I have already told you about what we do. Currently, we have stores in different parts of India. We have impacted about 50,000 people with our sign language training. And I also take a lot of diversity and inclusion training in India for different companies. So that's the work that I've been doing. That's the work that drives me, that thrives me, that gives fuel, everything to me, because I feel passion is when mixed with a sustainable model. Only then is when we can continue to do it. Otherwise, it can become like a side hustle, it can become a hobby, it can be put in a back drawer. But the sustainability part of it is extremely important. And because I already had a business background and I understood that how the business world works, this merger, this marriage of my passion for sign language and my understanding of business is what Atulya Kala is right now for me. The reason a lot of people ask me a lot of times that why this is not an NGO, why not charity, or why not you are not taking grants from the government. There's so many things. Yes, there are many opportunities right now in Indian space even to take the grants, but my idea from the beginning was that I never wanted to rely on the funds, because I feel I am a person who likes challenges. I love that. You tell me that I have 10 employees, I have to pay their salaries no matter what, I will make sure we get sales. But when we start focusing on something that is given to us as a charity, as a grant, as a financial support, I think in that, and maybe it does not apply to everyone, but specifically for me, I think in that we somewhere start losing the essence of what are we talking about, the growth of the community. Then it becomes the exact same kind of level that, okay, you are hiring them, you are telling the people that, oh my God, I'm doing such a great work, I'm supporting this community. And you take the money and you give them the money and you keep the money, and that works well for everyone. But my system works a little bit differently. We are a fully sustainable company. We don't take any grants, we have not. But of course, we do a lot of other things, like we take a lot of mentorship from people, we take a lot of collaborations, we do a lot of, I try to learn, I try to implement from wherever I can, but the end goal is that we see growth year to year, we see the team expanding year to year, we see our places expanding year to year. So that's what drives me, and that's why we got so much of support, love, and name in the country, because it was the first time that someone or anybody started looking at this space from this perspective. So that changed the game for a lot of people, and I'm glad I was part of this. I'm happy because somewhere somebody had to start. And I'm a huge believer of the ripple effect. I feel that one person changing the entire world can take a lot of years, maybe possible, maybe impossible. I'm not very sure about that. But that idea of doing those little things and just creating change within your small space, you will not even imagine what that can do on a bigger scale. So that's what I am doing. I feel I am just doing my little part here to create that ripple effect. So that's me, that's my work, and I think that's somewhere how we can integrate, we can build. It's also a very personal journey. It's also full of love. It's also full of passion for me. But I think in the end, if we start believing or we start seeing humans as humans and not humans who are in boxes, then everything changes. Then you will accommodate them. Then you will do changes in your company for them, because you will look at them as humans, and they are not just some checkpoints on your yearly plans. And that's the game changer. So I am now going to, I have about 15 minutes, I think, yeah. So I'm going to now move on to the fun part of the session, which is sign language session. I would really want all of you to join in, and I will be just introducing a basics of Indian sign language. And yeah, let's learn something new today. Yeah? So, thank you. So Indian sign language, I want to be clear with that also, that we have sign language. Every country has their own sign language. When I was born, I was signing in my teenage. I used to do American Sign Language because Indians didn't have their own language. It was only when I turned 17 is when Linguistic Center of JNU College in India and the other people started believing that we have a very different culture and Americans have a very different culture. So these signs are really not matching. So that's when we started creating the Indian Sign Language. We are currently also evolving. We have about 8,000 signs, but it's every day new signs come in and all of that keeps happening. And I am now going to introduce to you the Indian Sign Language. Okay, so the first and foremost thing is that we're going to start with alphabets, basic alphabets. And I think Not that you're going to become an expert on this language, okay, like today. But next time, whenever you're going to meet anybody with any kind of hearing impairment, you know how to tell your name in the language, right? So I'm just here to do that. So I'm going to be here. If you're not able to hear me, you can let me know, but. Okay, guys, so we're going to start with the basics alphabet of Indian Sign Language. Please follow me and let's do it. So this is A. Yeah, that's B. Correct, that's C. That's D. So when you look at it, you can actually see that that's how we write. So they have tried to use these 10 fingers and create things how we write it. So that's E. E is both your index fingers together. Yes. F, 2 fingers on top of each other. Yeah. That's G. H. I mean, you all are smart people. You won't make smart lines. I. The second finger. Yeah. And there's another way to do I. That's I do. So you can choose. J. Like, yeah. From index to thumb. K. Yeah, it's like that. Okay. The next is K. So one hand you're making this, and the second hand is this, and you just place it. Can you see me from here? Then I'll be here. Okay. So the next one is K. You take one finger, crooked finger, and then one index, and just place it. And if you look at it, it's how, just like K. L. We all know this. M, 3 fingers on your palm. Yeah. N, 2 fingers on your palm. O, P. So this, yeah. Q, you make a circle and then you place this here. Q. Okay, what comes after Q? R is this. S. S comes. Q, R, S. S is both the pinky fingers together. T. U. V. W. X. Y. So Y, one hand is like this, the other hand is like this, and then you just place it outside, not on the palm, the outside. And Z. And this is how we clap in sign language. Yes! So the visuals, right? That's very important. So this was your alphabet in the sign language. There are a couple of more things I would like to tell. So one is thank you. The way we say thank you is this. But make sure it's on the chin and not on the lips, huh? Okay. And then is like you're welcome is very easy. It's this. Yeah. Yeah. And then we have what's your name if you want to ask someone. So that is what's your name. Correct. So, I mean, of course, we can go on and I can definitely go on and on with this. But this was this little introduction of sign language to you. So the next time when you see somebody who uses this language to communicate, you know what to do. Yeah. And thank you so much for giving me time for listening to me. I would now, request if we have any questions or anything. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Awesome presentation, and when you spoke about yourself surrounded by candles,
yes,
I could actually visualize what you were saying, and really it was very touching.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted you to speak a little bit in terms of the ecosystem with respect to regulation.
Yeah.
And outside India, what's happening, and what can we take away from other countries who may be quite advanced in terms of regulation,
yeah,
and implementation of the ecosystem?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you for asking that. So I think the biggest challenge in India right now, when we talk about deaf space, or when we talk about this area, is that education. So where I feel the fundamentals, we are still lacking there. We don't have the correct infrastructure to accommodate such a huge population, like mentioned, 18 million deaf people, and this is unaccounted. We don't really know what's the correct number. So when they have to, when a kid is born with hearing impairment in any family, they don't know where to go. They don't know which school to enroll that kid, because in India, we are still trying to figure out what's the best way for a deaf kid. Is it speech therapy or is it sign language? But what we personally feel is bilingual education is the best way. So the education really needs to be, upgraded. And the second most important part in terms of regulation, what I see outside the country, is the acceptance of this language. We are still, by the law, not recognized or not an official language of India. We have come quite far. We are, almost there. But that gap of not giving the official status to this language makes it very difficult for people to have accessibility. So for instance, if you go to a police station, if you go to court, if you go to a hospital, if you go anywhere, you don't have the correct means of communication. You are misinterpreted, you are misdiagnosed, a lot of things happen, and I am talking about the metro cities. I don't even want to talk about the rural areas. So I think that integration is extremely important, and that will only come when we start recognizing this as an official language for, 20 million people of our country. So again, when that will happen, that's when this language will be introduced into schools for students, for kids, for anybody to learn from. When I was growing, I had French as my extra language. What am I doing with that language? I go to Paris and I say hi, okay, done. But I mean, it's better that I could have learned something that eventually will create something of impact. So that's the spaces I see, and I will not deny that there's no growth happening in the country right now in this space. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of hiring. Sign language institute is there, the training institute is there, our interpreters numbers have increased. But yes, the basic level of giving it the right that it deserves is still missing, and that somewhere creates this huge vacuum for everybody. And that's why I have to create a social enterprise. Otherwise, I would have just created an enterprise and hired whoever I wanted to hire. And I think that's my goal, that there should be a moment when we don't have to create a specific social enterprise for anyone. So yeah, that's what we are looking for. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes. Yes, ma'am. You can ask me on the flight back also, but yes.
Both of us were on the same flight, and while she's talking about this, and we had a long conversation around this in the flight as well. So all I'm saying is, when we're talking about equity, and my voice is quite loud otherwise, mic में और ज़्यादा जोर से आएगा ना. So when we are talking about equity, we need to do corrections, as she said. So I promised her on the flight that because I practice law in the Supreme Court of India, we will move a PIL.
Yeah.
For people not to be called dumb.
Yeah.
If they are called deaf, if they're okay with it, we'll still call them hearing impaired.
Yeah.
And we'll not call them dumb. That's one of the things that we have to do. But while she's talking, I think three more things that came up. And I'm making a note over here, that we still not that language that is used as an Indian language. I think we can add that there, Smriti.
Yeah.
The third part, that we should get this language into schools.
Yes.
We're going to add that there too.
Please, let's do that.
And the fourth part that social enterprise part, that you are a brave woman who doesn't need funds, but I think we'll find ways to generate finances for people with disabilities who are in a position to contribute in the manner that they're contributing here. So all those 4 things go into the public interest litigation in the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Perfect. See, this is why we need this kind of inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I add one more thing in your
Yes.
PIL? Doctors should also learn this language.
Yes.
Because how will they treat the dumb, not the dumb, but the deaf people?
So that's the thing. That's exactly what I was mentioning, that a lot of time, like I taught you guys like this basic sign language alphabets, right? And I have given a lot of trainings to police stations, to a lot of public spaces, but again, private hospitals, they don't learn the language, there's no interpreter, and then what happens is misdiagnosis. It happens all the time. And let's try to change that. Yes?
Yeah, just to add to that, back in 2000, I did my CPA from the US.
Okay.
And this is equivalent to the Indian CA curriculum there. Of course, Indian CA is much more difficult.
Yes.
They have something called Americans with Disability Act.
Yeah.
And in the CPA curriculum, we were asked to learn something about that.
Wow.
So it's about...
we too, we have the act too.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think, do we have time to take the last question? Okay, sorry, but I'm going to be here the whole time, so please, you can come up with all the questions. Thank you so much for all your time. Thank you. Should I be here?
Thank you, Ms. Smriti, for sharing your beautiful journey. It is indeed not enough just to accept differences, but also to take the efforts to integrate, which is pivotal in creating this equity we are talking about. I now invite Chairperson CA Sharmila Sheth to present the memento. Thank you. Thank you once again. We will now break for coffee. So we will reconvene in 10 minutes at 11:15 with the raffle session. So please ensure that you're back in the hall at 11:15.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabuland Kids Entertainment vouchers, and Hinan Medical Services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Live for free!
Lulu, live for free 2023.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just half a percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action. So you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight, with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As we emerge from the impact of the pandemic and we enter a new phase of transformation, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a region facing profound challenges and tremendous opportunities.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology.
That's what we're calling the new equation, our new network-wide strategy.
The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs that clients face now. The first is to build trust, which has never been more important or more difficult. The second is to deliver sustained outcomes in a fast-moving environment where the risk of disruption is more intense than ever before.
To help our clients meet these challenges, we are making the following commitments here in the Middle East.
To create 6,000 jobs over the next 5 years with a focus on digital, emerging technologies, and ESG.
Hire over 500 new graduates every year and provide them with a development that sets them up for a strong career in the region. Double down on our existing commitment to promote inclusion and diversity by ensuring that at least 50% of the graduates that we hire are female and 80% Arabic speakers.
Commit to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and enhance our ESG services across the region.
To further build our digital capabilities through strategic acquisitions and investment in emerging technologies. And we'll establish additional experience centres, such as this one here, across the region.
Finally, to continue to upskill our people to ensure they have the right skills to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered.
These are just the first steps on this journey, and we're excited to see the difference we can make in the region. It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
Present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
You have to see this video, as Lulu brings to you for the first time in Bahrain, Live for Free 2023, where 100 winners get to win prizes worth 150,000 BD.
For each and every 5 BD spent, yes, only 5 BD, you enter a raffle and get a chance to win free groceries, free Epix cinema ticket, free school stationery, free fashion wear, free kids entertainment for 1 year, free personal care, Al Hilal medical care.
Double your chances of winning with these selected brands. So just shop for 5 BD out of any of these brands. And get your name entered twice in the Raffle draw. Isn't that a great deal? So what are you waiting for? Shop with Lulu.
and live for free for the rest of 2023.
Until 25th of April, 2023.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabuland Kids Entertainment vouchers, and Hilal Medical Services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Live for free!
Lulu, live for free 2023.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just half a percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see them.
Testing. Can we request all the members to please be seated so the session can begin? Requesting all of you to please be seated. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear anything, Akhila? No? Let's try once more. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's the spirit. Now I can see that you've had your tea and coffee, or at least it's with you. So today I, CA Khushbu Vagnani, and my team member, CA Akhila Madhuri, will be celebrating with you as and when you win raffles, thanks to us, our generous sponsors, and our very important team member, our Wheel of Names. Our first round of raffles for the day are for our early birds, who take the famous proverb of early bird catches the worm very seriously. The winners of these raffles will win BD 20 vouchers of City Centre. To do the honors, I would like to call upon our ex-com member, CA Shri Bharti, on the stage, please. Akhila, can we have the Wheel of Names, please? Okay. So the first bird to catch the worm is... CA Himanshi Malhotra. Woo! The next one, Akhila. CA Deepa Ravindra Shetty. Do we have Deepa here? Yes. So definitely the women are the early birds, are they? The next one, please. C.S. Dhanamurthy Vishwanathan Meera. The next one, please. C.A. Batini Venkateswarlu. Okay. Next, please. C.A. Murlidhar Sundaram. Do we have you here? Yes. Do we have a representative of Nuha? Do we have a representative of Nuha? No. Okay. Our next set of raffles is for making our weekend grocery shopping more comfortable. We have BD 25 vouchers from Lulu, where the world comes to shop. Let's roll the wheel again, please, Akhila. I think I should keep the pencil. Okay. For this voucher, it's open to all, not only the early birds. CA Rushabh Dedia. Yeah. This session. Yes, and the next winner is CA Ramesh Sambasavan. Yes. That's it. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you CA Shribharti for doing the honors. To take the education session forward, I would like to call upon our ever dynamic chartered accountant and a super mom, CA Ambika Shetty. CA Ambika Shetty.
Thank you, CA Kushbu. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see that this room is filled with independent and inspiring women and gentlemen who are supporting these ladies to embrace equity. We're glad to have you all here today. We have seen many female leaders across the globe who are doing extremely well in their respective field, including emerging digital technologies. However, there are still large part of the women who are still not able to use the digital technology. That means they have no access to the information. And we all know information is the power. Our recent time have taught us how important is this computer and digital technologies. When world was hit with COVID and we are all working from home, the only way to connect with world is this digital technology. Be it internet, online banking, working remotely, using social media, the digital technology has become center of our life. Let's hear it from our next speaker, how digital helps in fostering equality. Our speaker, Ms. Dalal Al-Khais. She's a seasoned banker with 2 decades of experience within GCC and has in-depth knowledge of consumer banking digitization channel. Can we have the AV, please?
Dalal Ahmed Al-Khais, Group Chief Executive Officer, Bahrain Development Bank. Dalal Al-Qais is a proficient banker with over 19 years of professional experience in the banking and financial industry covering retail, SME, digitization and risk across conventional, Islamic and international banks. She earlier served as the Chief Retail Banking and the Wealth Management Officer at the Bahrain Islamic Bank prior to joining Bahrain Development Bank in December 2021. Prior to that, she held several senior positions at Standard Chartered Bank including Head of Consumer Banking, Head of Integrated Distribution and Head of Distribution and Regional Channel and Call Center. She holds a BSc in Management and Marketing from the University of Bahrain and a Master's in Finance. In 2020, she completed an Oxford FinTech program from the Oxford University and is currently pursuing a business doctorate from the Swiss Business School. Dalal Ahmed Al-Qais.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us our hands together to welcome Ms. Dalal Al-Qais.
Probably good morning still. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and really thank you for having me here to contribute to an amazing conference and to be among really an inspiring women and men who really dedicated their time on embracing equality, equities, and I'm really amazed when I walked into the conference and I saw the room full. And actually in a weekend and a Friday, so I could really value the importance of such conference and the value that individually you have in making sure that we contribute to change and most important, sustainabilities. Probably I would like to start introducing my bank and before I introduce myself because this is where we are usually coming from. Bahrain Development Bank is the Kingdom Development Bank who has been established since 1992. We've been in the Kingdom for the last 30 years with really essential reason why we are here and why we developed. We want to make sure we really make organization, SME and startup really sustainable. And when we talk about sustainable, how we make sure that we give them access to finance, access to market, diversity and inclusion, really make them know what is happening not only in Bahrain, even outside Bahrain. So throughout the journey, we've been evolving on the way we operate. So initially when we started, we were only talking about basic financing. Then we thought, it's okay, sustainability is not about basic financing. When I talk about development bank and sustainability is all about food security, access to job, access to market, and very, very importantly, financially sustainable. Everything that we want to do is about being financially sustainable. And over the last years, we have been embracing lots of changes. We have been a contributor on food security. So we as an organization, we do support fishery and agriculture, which actually no one does in the kingdom. So we do support them by giving them an access to finance to make sure that such job and food security remain. And we actually grow it year on year. And this is an agenda on Her High Excellency Sheikh Sabicha, how we make sure agriculture in Bahrain grow and become sustainable. So over that, we actually had owned an incubator. And what the purpose of it? How we can have a startup to become a scalable in the future. How we can give them money to grow. And not only money which make an organization grow, it's actually how we coach them. And that's when you talk about sustainability. Yes, we would like to be an organization to play a coach. And we don't play alone. We play in a very big ecosystem. So we play in an ecosystem that has got private sector and the government sectors. So, and I've seen a colleague of mine here, which is actually from Tabkeen. We play a very good role together because both of us has got one main objective. Recently, on 2021, we actually embraced a different journey. And the journey was actually to be aligned with the economic recovery of 2030. So how we as an organization align our goal to become a pillar on the economic vision of a 2030. And where we can play a role is one, by making sure we help the promising sectors, like the fintech. What can we do about it? Do we need to do something differently? How can we grow food and agriculture? Because we do have all the resources, but how can we do it differently? And who in the ecosystem can help us and do that? So throughout the journey over the last 30 years, we started with basic financing. Then we actually evolved really differently. We evolved in saying, yes, we produce a product toward food security. Then we said, no, we want to evolve differently. We want to introduce a product toward education. And why education? We want to make sure everyone has a right to educate. Part of Bahrain rule and legislation is education is for free for whoever wants it. Medication is for free for whoever he wants it. So how we ensure that people doesn't have an access to pursue a high education, which organization will support them? So we've been playing a role on that sector. Then we evolved differently in saying, yes, how can we introduce a product that are related to women? So back on 2020, Her Excellency has introduced a slogan, I've learned to contribute. Okay? I learned to contribute. So how we actually can contribute toward that. So in association with Tamkeen, we introduced a new program called Riyadat, which is how we help women to involve themselves on the business sectors and the market by being very affordable. So we associated the program by a mall. Today, Bahrain Development Bank actually on a Riyadat mall. And the purpose of that mall is how we can have women start small with the mall with a very cheap rent, will subsidize, as well we support them with the entire ecosystem from a marketing, financial, and then by the time over 3 years that they grow, they already go to the market. And lately, on 2021, we actually decided to embark a different journey in digitization. We actually started changing our core banking system. Said, yes, it's a time to invest. If you want to be really accessible by having everything around us, then digital remain important. And COVID was proof that digital is important. And people has the capability to actually do banking through their mobile, through home. Everything that they could do it. And banking by face-to-face, it become any more lucrative. So we actually embark a totally different journey, starting by changing our core banking system by having a system that are linked to an API. And the purpose of that, because I don't want to be limited to work with an ecosystem only inside Bahrain. How can I open my horizon to an ecosystem which is outside Bahrain? And then post that, in December last year, we actually introduced our mobile banking, digital banking, and actually we are currently working with a company that is a fintech company. It's more of a startup based out of India, and see how can they actually help us on providing a supply chain solutions. And we got quite lots of bid, from very large organization to very tiny one. But the purpose that why we are here as an organization, how to support startup and fintech to become one day unicorn and become a large. And we decided to associate ourselves with one of the organizations that would help us in introducing. So that is basically the bit which is called Tijara. Tijara is the new slogan for us. It's everything that we will do going forward. We're going to do it digitally. It's going to be on the slogan of Tijara. And Tijara in Arabic is the trade. So this is what Tijara is coming from. Over the years, given we actually focus on equity, diversity, and inclusion, we have been an arm in supporting approximately 2,600 loans purely toward women. And that represents approximately 583 financing, and out of them we presented approximately 323 falling in a program that we actually introduced with association with Tamkeen called Riyadat. And that in terms of BDs approximately was 67 million BD has gone toward financing for women. Probably statistic is not here, but women are a better payee than men. and I really mean it. So I've joined Bahrain Development Bank a year ago. So one of the things anyone would do, can I look at the portfolio and the repayment? So accordingly, we'll know which segment we can tap on, correct? And surprisingly, the segment that has got the least default, pay before time, is actually the segment or the business that's managed by women. Yes, we do. We are actually the only probably organization that support a startup. And the reason for that, why we support a startup, when we look at the overall number of registered CR in the country, we technically have got approximately 80,000 CR. 92% of them actually startup, small to small micro, yes. And only 10% is actually toward large. And when we're going to go and split the 92%, actually 45% is micro. So that is the size of the opportunity as a country we do have. So if we have the right startup and they're actually registering and they're willing to do it, then as an ecosystem, what can we do to make sure tomorrow we have the unicorn of Bahrain? And we do have the infrastructure. I believe on that very strongly. We do have the ecosystem, we have the government support, we have the banks to do it, but then we just all what we need the idea. There is a bank who does it like us. There is a program like BBAN who does it, which will scale up the business through a private equity with a private sector. And there is the entire government system who would give a grant to make sure a startup is very successful. In business, there are multiple sectors, which I'm sure all of you are aware, correct? If we go back into prior to COVID and post-COVID, you will be surprised, approximately 40% of the 80,000 of CRs has registered during COVID. Yeah. So we were shocked with the number of the CR that got registered during COVID. And what we were impressed with, through a golden source, which is the NBR, there are three sectors has been doing phenomenally good: trade, service, and manufacture. Despite this COVID hit on the ground, we have seen this sectors actually growing during COVID and post-COVID. And what we have seen a shift and change in the way they operate. They actually really embark digitization in the way they do business. So I just want to give you a story. In one of the business or in one of the company that we supported, we used to do manufacture furniture. So they had the great idea, they got the support from the government, they got the location, they started their business. Their overhead count was approximately number of head count around 100 employees in the organizations, but also their cost was quite significant. During COVID, they decided actually to automate the furnitures. Everything that they do, they would automate it. And surprisingly, they got the machine shipped from Germany, and they assembled the machine through Teams. They utilized Teams and Zoom to assemble the entire machines. And then today, they operate with 40% overall headcount cost below that what they used to operate before COVID. So we do have cases that in Bahrain, if they embark toward digital and they have enough access to money, they actually could do well. And we have a really successful story toward that. As I've probably mentioned, I think in Bahrain we are very blessed by a visionary leaders. Her Excellency Sheikh Sabicha and His Majesty has been embarking the importance of women and importance of digitizations. And embarking the importance of women has not been started from today. Year on year, we have got Bahrain Women Days on 1st of December, and we make sure it's important to us. We have seen lately, at a ministry level or a private organization, the number between women and man on an organization has changed. And as well, and my organization is one example. On the workforce, I've got 43% women and 57% man. At the management level, we have 50-50, and at the board, we have 50-50. So this is something as an organization, yes, we believe on it, and not because of us, it's just because of the visionary that we get from the top. And we have seen it, so we today as Bahrain, we are leading, we have a Superior Women Council who actually taking a lead on making sure that women get equal opportunities, whether it's in the law, It's a regulation, and we have seen it last year or the year before, which is the Shura Council head was a woman, and today she is actually the ambassador for Bahrain in Cairo, and many stories. Yesterday, if you guys watched Al Ayyam newspaper, we've seen Muna Qatad is one of the youngest 30 leaders across the globe, and that is from Bahrain. So we do have the resources, we do have the capability to do actually all that. We have the infrastructure to do it. And very importantly, we believe in inclusion toward it. So it's not necessarily to be a Bahraini woman, as long as a person who's actually residing in this beautiful kingdom has gotten equal opportunities. So if we go to statistics, we've got 50% of Bahraini women work in the public sectors. So that's a huge number. 56% Bahraini women work in the government sectors, and 43% women work in the national force. So earlier, quite a lot of people used to shy away from national force. Recently, 6 months ago, we actually managed to introduce the first national woman, the musical force. So it's always been man, correct? It's never been a woman. And suddenly we have a full band, which is combined of 25 beautiful women, which represent us everywhere else. We have got 63% of female gender is actually highly educated in Bahrain. That means they had finished their master's degree and beyond. 47% of women actually has got putting themselves on a executive role. And this is a purely statistics from Goosey's. So it's really coming from a golden source. And 43% active individual commercial registration, the owner actually woman, or 50% of it is actually woman. So to that level, I think we have everything that it takes as a country to make sure diversity and inclusion, equity, and sustainability is an important in the way we operate. So this is mainly where I've just highlighted how we put in ourselves outside there, correct? So probably I'm an example. I've been nominated or part of the Forbes 2023 for this year, and personally it came to me as a surprise. I was not even aware. They reached out to me probably sometime in November last year, and they asked me for my LinkedIn profile. And I've genuinely said, this is my LinkedIn profile, I'm happy to share it. And then on a Friday morning, I got a call from my friend. She said, congratulations. I said, I'm not pregnant yet. So, and I really don't know what and she said, stop being silly. I said, genuinely, I really have no clue what you're congratulating me at 8 o'clock in the morning. She said, no, you haven't seen the news. I said, really, I haven't seen the news. I don't know what. And I thought she was just pulling my leg. And she just mentioned me in her Instagram. Then and probably after an hour, I got a call from Forbes. She said, congratulations. I said, okay, thank you. But I think it made me feel very proud that today we had more Bahraini women coming in the Forbes 2023. And there is, I'm sure all of you know, Citibank had decided to take Bahrain as their hub for IT. And they promised that over the coming 5 to 7 years, they will graduate 1,000 workforce purely toward digitization. And it's a huge investment for Bahrain. And this is not the first time. We've got Citibank who came into Bahrain, and they're going to promise that they're going to train thousands of employees toward digital. We've got AWS came into Bahrain, and they promised to actually train 2,500 people toward digitization. And many is happening, correct? Because yes, as a country, we have the infrastructure that is only, and we have the belief that if we have digital on the way we operate, things will change. And it's become a challenging, correct? Because now not only the private sector is embarking digitization. Let's pick up the government sector. Let's pick up EWA website. Where earlier quite lots of people will find it difficult to understand what is their water reading, their electricity reading, they will not find anyone. Today, EWA became a bank. You can log in, open a window and have a discussion with a call center and you can get everything that you need. If a government being able to change in the way they operate, who we are as a private sector not being able to change. So we have to come hand in hand and we have to do it really, really very much together. And I think quite a lot direction from the government. If there is any business that's actually investing in digitization, or we call it the promising sector, they will get better than other. And that's the push that we want to create on the economy. Probably just before really ending, I would like to talk about Tijara and why Tijara came into mind and why we want to do that. So when I joined BDB, one of the few things I did, I say I would like to run a customer survey. And I want to understand what is the net promoter score for the bank and how we can change on the way we operate from a traditional government bank tomorrow to become, probably not the right statement now, but the Silicon Valley Bank. So I've got one of my employees tease me. So when the Silicon Valley news came, the first things he did, he sent it to me. He said, "That's your vision." So, but yes, I truly believe on that vision, but not on the bank. So yes, and we do have a capability. As an organization, we are not very large. We are a medium size, and we can do that difference. So we said, yes, part of the way we're going to operate from 2022 all the way to 2025, we're going to actually invest $1 into the way we operate, and the investment mainly going to go into digital. And probably I will talk about my organization. Last year we had committed alone 1.5 million BD only toward digital. And the purpose of it is it's the easy banking. It's the convenience banking that we want to create, correct? And I've said we changed the core banking. We're introducing basic vanilla product to make sure like the mobile banking, which everyone today could have, and it's a right. It's not an option. It's a right for a client to have. And then we're starting offering digital product that is very convenient. And Tijara Express Loan is one of them. Today you could log in onto the website, apply your application. If your application is fully corrected, within 2 days you will actually get approved. So if you join the bank on the third day, your loan will get dispersed. And this is called financial sustainabilities. Why you need, if you're an organization, you need to take 3 weeks to get a finance. It can be done early. You applied for finance because you want it urgently. It's not just because the sake of applying for it. So we have seen that, and down the line we have quite a lot to do from the blockchain, supply chain, and recently, yesterday, we actually in discussion with the GGIA to figure out what is the most green financing that we can introduce on the green financing which to be done really in a smart way. Because whenever we talk about the green financing, the most simple one is financing solar. No, that's a very old way to do financing. It's not really financing, so quite a lot can be done, correct? Especially we are in a sector that is to do with fishery and agriculture. How can I make sure the fishery farm can contribute 365 days, not only season? And it can be done. Today we have the solution that things can change and can make things is actually done 365 days. How can we utilize the fish waste and creating a different energies or creating subsidized food? So this is the kind of a green financing that we are entering into it with calibration of digital, correct? So there is a technology around, and there is consultant who can help, and there is a bank who have the ability to do that and support that sectors. And you'll be surprised, there's quite a lot that can be done in the Kingdom of Bahrain. So I'm sure probably most of you are aware, we have enough oysters, okay? But then if we don't harvest in a certain way, we're actually going to lose all that, okay? So this is a technology we don't have. We only rely on human dive to actually dive and get the oyster. And when the oyster is stuck on top of each other, they actually lose their values. They're gone. So how can we use that technology, and instead of a human being to dive actually unpick it. And it's there. It's there, it's been studied, it's been proven. But then it's all about which bank want to take it, which is private organization. There is another technology about solar. We only believe solar can be standing on the ground. There is actually solar can be on a fan on the sky. So, and that's all about technology and green financing and sustainability all together. So, digital financing, it will enable all of us to do a few things. One, we can accelerate the financial inclusion, correct? I think for any organization, they want to do well, they need to adopt digitization. I regard sustainability quite a lot. And it has been proven if an organization taking sustainability and digital together on the way they operate, they will only have two results: low risk and better profit. There is no other third result. There's no way. So probably in the beginning, people would cry that there is a cost about it, but could cover very quickly. That I believe in it. I'm convinced. If you bring these two together and make them married, very important. They should not be friends, they should be married, because friends can be separated. The minute you get married, you're stuck with this individual for life. So get them together, get them married, and I think we'll be able to do it. Digital financial can give you quite lots of control. So for a small company that we bank as with like a startup, correct? It's very difficult for them to have an accountant. It's very difficult, it's very costly. We do have budgeting and planning on our software. If they adopt it, it will become very easy for them. That's an equivalent to one headcount, correct? They could go to a consultant and they could do it for free instead of having, or do it with a minimal cost instead of having an employee which is within their organization. But why we really need to do that? There are a solution today that can be offered by bank which could help you actually to reduce your costs significantly. And simple, HR and payroll, correct? If you actually upload your payroll within the organization, we will do the payment automatically on your behalf to all your employees on a monthly basis. So you don't really need to have an employee. That's all when we marry digital to financial together. And obviously, we have seen quite lots of the labor force is toward women, and we are surprised to see quite lots of women who take now engineering or take IT toward the way they operate. Earlier, these two roles was mainly dominated by men. I recall back in 1996, I think, from an engineering sector, there are only 2 women has been graduated in Bahrain. And today, many of them, we don't know how to give them a job. But that's a shift, correct? That the shift in how women has changed. We see women study computer science now more than men. It's quite a lot of them. And this is when they become ready for a workforce. But also we have seen the woman which is very unique. So we've seen a Bahraini woman who is actually today attached to NASA. Okay? And that is very impressive. 25 years old lady attached to NASA to see what we'll be able to do together for the Kingdom of Bahrain. And last, it actually will help women to prove themselves and tomorrow become really workforce ready. And we have successful stories. So probably before me going to, I would like to jump here. We have successful story. Amina Gallery is a gallery owned by a single ownership, 100% owned CR by her. Woman, or her role is actually to draw a Bahraini art on a bags or a tray. And she started very small with us on Riyadat, on a Riyadat scheme as well. And today she's big enough, and she had 2 shops beside Riyadat. She's actually in Sif and as well in city center. And she exported as well outside Bahrain. Lala Billah is another flower shop. Started with a lady called Al Mahmoud, Hala Al Mahmoud. She's a banker. She has a passion for flower. Went all the way to UK, took a course in a flower, then opened a small workshop teaching other women how to do an arrangement. And today she's one of the most famous women who provide chocolate and flowers. And from one shop, which is in her parent garage, because she lives close by me, Now she has got 3 shops. Yeah. And there's many, right? And then Rani Authentic Center, she believed on that. She believed in authentics because one of her kids has got an autism. She wasn't know how to do it. She decided to study, but then she wanted to open a clinic. She doesn't have the finance. BDB became an arm, and we decided to help her. And today she's got one of the really autism center that help quite a lot. And part of what she does quite lots of her programs subsidized for parents who doesn't have the financial to support, and she's actually does it in a big scale. Villa Mama is another food sector. Okay? I think everyone know Villa Mama. Villa Mama started small, then decided to expand the way she operates, and now she has another restaurant in London. Yeah. So she's just gone all the way there. Annada, I think Annada is a unique. Annada will take a painting from a very well-known artist, and she will convert it to a scarf or abaya. And on the last presence of Her Excellency, the Queen of Oman, she was wearing Annada abaya. Yeah, so that is a capability, honestly, that we do have, and didn't come from anywhere. It just started as a very start, a small organization, as a startup. They needed a financial. The financial get into, they apply different logic in the way they do, and today they are actually putting themselves on the map. Very importantly, equality means really acknowledging that everyone should have an access and right to resources and opportunity. It should not be limited to your background or who you are, correct? It should be open to everyone, and that would only create a calibration on the way we operate. Okay, we should recognize the effort that we do as a woman, as inclusion, as a man, and then as an entire ecosystem. If these two get into together, the ecosystem, and what we have, I think when we recognize it, we can have a very better outcome. And very importantly, we have to embrace it. We have to continue focus on it. It shouldn't be one time, okay? Because it always will start small, then it will grow by time. And sometimes you're going to get it wrong. That's fine, let's get it wrong. Then you can just move on, and next time you'll get it right. But I think that dedication and toward it, and the passion toward it, and very important, the ecosystem. When the ecosystem is there and believe on that concept, I think collectively we can do things differently. And thank you, and I'm happy to take a question.
Wow, too many successful stories. As our speaker rightly mentioned, digitization is a real game changer in achieving gender equality. Thank you so much, Ms. Dalal, for informative session.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Stay on. Do we have any questions?
Despite all these efforts, no, SME is getting
I totally agree with you, and I can see you based on the studies. So when you have run a survey, there are 3 biggest challenges to an SME. One is access to finance. Third is access to market. And then I think very importantly for an organization in Bahrain, how can they access a tender? And if we bring all 3 together, I think there are a solution for each. So accessing to tender, I can confirm to you as it's all about educations, unfortunately. That we as an SME do not know how to apply for a tender. So if we bridge that education gap, we'd be able. And what I can confirm to you, we're actually undergoing a program with collaboration of SME Development Board. So we are part of the SME Development Board. So it's Bahrain Development Bank, the Tender Board, and the Ministry of Commerce, 3 of us in collaborating and putting end-to-end program, starting with education through BIBF, and then teaching SME how to apply for tender. And there is a rule around 20% of the government tender would go to SME. So hopefully by that we'll be able to solve one problem. Access to finance, I think, is another challenge. But today, I'm a strong believer we have the solution. I think the way the company does not know how to apply doesn't know how to present a proper financials. Because if you look at the ecosystem, I think between us and Temkin, we are actually good enough. Temkin will give a grant for a very, very small startup. But then if you are established and you have a turnover less than 3 million, actually BDB will support you toward access to finance.
Thank you once again, Ms. Dalal. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you.
To extend our gratitude, I would like to call upon CA Sharmila, Chairperson of BCICAI, to present a token of appreciation. With this, I will conclude this session. Now I will call upon CA Aswati, member of BCICAI, ex-com member of BCICAI, to take the session forward. Thank you. Over to you, CA Aswati.
Thank you, CA Ambiga. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we have come together here to celebrate and imbibe the theme, Embrace Equity, a space where everyone feels valued, respected, and heard, where our differences are not a source of division, but rather a source of strength, where everyone is encouraged to engage with each other, listen to each other's perspectives, and learn from each other's experiences. Our next speaker has been instrumental in implementing several initiatives aimed at fostering equity and inclusion in the society. Someone who wears many hats and excels in all of them. She is here today to share with us her views on how we can embrace a world of equity and inclusion. Can we have the AV, please?
Amrita Fadnavis, banker, singer, and social activist. She graduated from GS College of Commerce and Economics, Nagpur, and later pursued MBA in Finance and studied taxation laws from Symbiosis Law School, Pune. Fadnavis started her career with Axis Bank as executive cashier in 2003 and subsequently went on to head Axis Bank business branch in Nagpur. She was a state-level under-16 tennis player. Being a trained classical singer, she has performed in various social events including prestigious charity event Umang in 2017, 2018 and 2019 for welfare of Mumbai Police. She is an ardent social activist, especially on women empowerment, village development and sustainable environment. She has received numerous awards in recognition to her contributions towards the society, including Nelson Mandela Humanitarian Award 2021, Best Achievement Award at Cannes Film Festival 2022, Indian of the World Award by NRI Institute at UK Parliament 2022, and also has been conferred World Peace Ambassador title by World Peace Diplomacy Organization. Amrita Fadnavis.
Please put your hands together for Amrita Fadnavis.
A very good afternoon, Baron. First and foremost, I would like to thank ICAI Baron for inviting me to this lovely ceremony. Special thanks to Sharmila Seth for making this time here very convenient and comfortable for me. I am proud that I come from India, where we worship the divine feminine and call our country Bharat Mata. We take pride in the social contributions by women since historic times, which carved way for today's independent women. We have revered revolutionary leaders who worked hard on women's education front. Women have been honored in our country since Vedic times. There is a very fundamental difference in honoring a woman. It's that every time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. When you award a woman, when you honor a woman, you're also encouraging and honoring each woman who has supported and believed in her. Nature has given women the ability to inherently become nurturers and caregivers. Men have an instinct to be providers. So in olden days, men were hunters and gatherers. Eventually, things changed, and men with inborn physical strength started suppressing these women. Today, women often face discrimination and inequality in areas such as education, in areas such as employment, healthcare, and at times we see women encumbered by gender bias that are sometimes regressive and detrimental to her growth. Moreover, stereotypical expectations the society has from women as to how she should behave, what she should say or not say, creates hurdles in her wholesome blossoming. And when she tries to cross these boundaries, there is backlash. Here, to change the mindset is of utmost importance. And here, we need strong women. We need women supporting women. We need men supporting women. More importantly, we need women to stand tall at all levels, including the top, to change dynamics, to reshape the conversation, to make sure women's voices are heard and heeded, not overlooked and ignored. This call of equity and inclusion has never been so loud. The call has never been more necessary or urgent. A focus on gender equity needs to be a part of every society's DNA. When we embrace equity, we embrace diversity, and we embrace inclusion. When equality is the goal of equity, it means we are getting there. Through process of equity, we can reach equality. We need to first acknowledge that we don't all start from the same place. We can create equitable environment by identifying the barriers that exist within our systems and processes, developing programs, policies that generate equal outcomes to lead a change. I firmly believe that there is nothing like a man's job. We need to believe in the words which once Michelle Obama said, "There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish." So let's not shy away from opportunities and conversations. Let's not be afraid to dream big. Let's stop viewing ourselves as women leaders, women miners, women engineers. We are just leaders, miners, engineers, equal, fearless, and blazing the trail. With this change in mindset, we can change not so encouraging participative statistical records. Quoting just a few, in the context of Indian participation of women, in organized sector, labor force, women account to 23%. In India's formal manufacturing industry, women workers employed account to 19.7%. Only 12% of Indian police are women, and share of women among higher ranks has been lower than 8.7%. But here I must give it to Beren. With the figures which Dalal Al-Qais just shared, I must say that you are going great in terms of inclusivity. India has seen highest number of startups turning unicorns, but only 10% of them were led by women founders. Let's take this opportunity today to salute these very few leaders of the Unicorn League. Priyanka Gill, co-founder of the Good Glam Group. Upasna Taku, co-founder of CEO of Mobivic. Ruchi Kalra, co-founder of CEO of Business. And Ruchi Deepak, co-founder Acco Insurance. This shows that despite the progressive diversity and inclusion initiatives, a lot still needs to be done to achieve gender equality in the corporate sector. We need to support them through, as we all have already discussed, job opportunities, learning, membership programs, family-friendly policies, and more importantly, we should influence others to be more inclusive by simply celebrating uniqueness, by simply not judging, by simply avoiding imposing our own values on others, by simply respecting that others have their own perspective and opinions, resisting stereotypes, and yes, standing up and speaking up if you see that others are not being inclusive. This reminds me about Seema Nagar, who's a tech ninja. Seema Nagar is from IBM, who had 100 technical patents. During an offline interview, she said, it wasn't such a big deal, and that the only difference is she was filing patents for work she always does. The confidence and humility got me thinking that women are surely paving way for themselves. It also got me thinking that diversity and inclusion are no longer topics discussed in closed rooms and confined to corporates, but these formulas of success have hit the ground and have hit the ground hard. Now let me take this opportunity to speak a little about myself. I come from Nagpur, and my parents have been doctors. They always taught me to be independent, and I was always out there in terms of studies, in terms of my music and my riyaz, in terms of going out for social events and singing or participating in them, or in terms of games also. My brother and I, we were treated equally always. And post that, when I met Devenji, it was like he is the right person for me because he knows what I want to do, and he respects it and he stands by it. That was my first reason to marry him. Others followed. But, after marriage, although things didn't change, in fact, it added value to my understanding about society. It did change after he became Chief Minister of Maharashtra, because whatever I was doing back in Nagpur, till I was married and till I was with Devenji in Nagpur, the same things I started repeating in Mumbai, and it had huge appreciation and also backlash. I continued as a banker. Some appreciated, some just said that it was the job itself which I got because of my husband, which was utterly wrong. I was already a banker years before I married him. When I continued my singing in different platforms, definitely the platforms were bigger. Since he was the CM, the platforms increased and to another fold. But when I sang post-marriage, it was post-Devenji becoming CM, people were like, yeah, she's grabbing these opportunities. But they didn't say for what I was doing that. I was doing that for social change, for bringing out issues more profusely. When I spoke out regarding any issue which mattered to me, people used to say she has a big nose interfering in politics. So nowhere was this uniqueness accepted initially.
Even my social activities which I did, they were what I felt for. I remember that I started one of very beautiful initiatives, Sakshama, which was for inclusion of acid victims into the mainstream. We had a beautiful orientation for them, and till date, these few acid victims are working and they are being treated through the donations we received directly for them. There are other initiatives like Minti Ke Sitare, wherein we are training children from the slums into the art in which they have some knack in. Like few are being trained in music, few are being trained in other talents like painting or even dancing. And we have tied up with institutes and we are giving the required training to them. I spoke regarding the participation of Mumbai police women. And we very seriously thought about this issue as to why women Mumbai police are not taking up assignments, why they are not on field. And we thought that it was just the lack of self-confidence. There was a lack of a proper decorum at workplace, and also there was a lack of thought that we can go ahead and do things, because at the back of mind they always had their family issues going on. So we have created a new project for them also, wherein they can regain their confidence and their leadership qualities, which is called Asmita. So there are various projects we are working on, and with all other developments which take place sideways with me, like in terms of music or speaking up, Maharashtra was not used to it, because they were used to a Vaini who was always wearing the pallu and behind her husband. So it was a shocker for Maharashtra, but Maharashtra has now accepted it and celebrating the uniqueness of every woman. So I thank Maharashtra for that. Now the next step is India to accept these things from the ladies of politicians. So coming back to our topic, let's come back to India. During his 75th Independence Day speech, PM Modi put forth his bold vision, highlighting vital role that Nari Shakti would play in India's social economic development journey in coming 25 years. These include initiatives like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, which challenge the pre-existing attitudes towards birth and education rights of girls. Similarly, construction of over 100 million toilets under Swachh Bharat mission has helped in improving sanitation and hygiene facilities for a large number of women. Similarly, at the G20 Bali, PM Modi stated that India will give priority to women-led development in its G20 agenda. Women's economic empowerment is therefore at the heart of India's G20 agenda. Here, I personally applaud your theme selected for the year, Sankalp Samarpan Abhyuday, which means determination and dedication leads to rise. I would also like to congratulate all the women power that has been facilitated here, and I urge all of you to keep your dreams alive. And before I conclude, I would just like to say a few lines as a tribute to today's Indian woman. Speak kindly to your inner self. Don't take your demon's view. You are you, and no one else will lead the life you do. Kill your inner critic and silence all this chatter. Then write this truth inside your brain. I'm worth it and I matter. Thank you so much. And I'm not much of an orator. They always say that when you have to get something said, ask a man, and when you have to get something done, ask a woman. So if you want to get something done, ask me, I'll always be there. That applies to all of us, women.
So any questions? Song. You have reverb on this? You have reverb on this? Just ask him. I don't, what kind of song you like to hear? Anything? I like ghazals, although my current one which is going on well on the YouTube is a dance number, Punjabi dance number, Mood Bana Liya Ve. So I've danced out over the song and I've happily got trolled for it also. So this song, I love this song. It's an evergreen song for me. I'm singing that for you all. आज जाने की जिद ना करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, यूं ही पहलू में बैठे रहो, यूं ही पहलू में बैठे रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे, ऐसी बातें किया न करो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो. Thank you.
So that was quite an interesting session. Thank you, ma'am, for providing us inspiring insights into inclusion and gender equity, especially your own personal journey and wonderful initiatives you have taken in this front. Now I would like to call upon CA Sharmila Seth, our chairperson, to hand over a small token of appreciation. Please put your hands together for Amrita Fatnabis. So now we will be proceeding for our lunch break, and we will reconvene in 40 minutes for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabuland Kids Entertainment Vouchers, and Hilal Medical Services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands. Lulu, Live for Free 2023.
Can we have all the ICAI members for a group photo, please? We are opening the registration counter again. For those who have not registered, can go and kindly register. But can we have all the ICAI members here near the stage for the group photo, please?
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just 0.5 percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional, decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Check.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabuland Kids Entertainment vouchers, and Al Hilal Medical Services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Hello everybody, the members who have not registered in the morning, the registration desk will be briefly open from 1 to 1:15 p.m. So kindly make use of the opportunity.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just 0.5 percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action, so you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight, with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As we emerge from the impact of the pandemic and we enter a new phase of transformation, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a region facing profound challenges and tremendous opportunities.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology.
That's what we're calling the new equation, our new network-wide strategy.
The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs that clients face now. The first is to build trust, which has never been more important or more difficult. The second is to deliver sustained outcomes in a fast-moving environment where the risk of disruption is more intense than ever before.
To help our clients meet these challenges, we are making the following commitments here in the Middle East.
To create 6,000 jobs over the next 5 years, with a focus on digital, emerging technologies, and ESG.
Hire over 500 new graduates every year and provide them with a development that sets them up for a strong career in the region. Double down on our existing commitment to promote inclusion and diversity by ensuring that at least 50% of the graduates that we hire are female and 80% Arabic speakers.
Commit to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and enhance our ESG services across the region.
To further build our digital capabilities through strategic acquisitions and investment in emerging technologies. And we'll establish additional experience centres, such as this one here, across the region.
Finally, to continue to upskill our people to ensure they have the right skills to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered.
These are just the first steps on this journey, and we're excited to see the difference we can make in the region. It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
You have to see this video. Azulu brings to you for the first time in Bahrain, Live for Free 2023, where 100 winners get to win prizes worth 150,000 BD.
For each and every 5 BD spent, yes, only 5 BD, you enter a raffle and get a chance to win. Free groceries, free Epics cinema ticket, free school stationery, free fashion wear, free kids entertainment for 1 year, free personal care, Al Hilal medical care.
Double your chances of winning with these selected brands. So just shop for 5 BD out of any of these brands. And get your name entered twice in the Raffle draw. Isn't that a great deal? So what are you waiting for? Shop with Lulu.
And live for free for the rest of 2023.
Until 21st of April, 2023.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, Epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabulat kids entertainment vouchers, and Al Hilal medical services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Live for free!
Lulu, Live for Free 2023.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just half a percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action. So you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight, with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As we emerge from the impact of the pandemic and we enter a new phase of transformation, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a region facing profound challenges and tremendous opportunities.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology.
That's what we're calling the new equation, our new network-wide strategy.
The new equation focuses on 2 interconnected needs that clients face now. The first is to build trust, which has never been more important or more difficult. The second is to deliver sustained outcomes in a fast-moving environment where the risk of disruption is more intense than ever before.
To help our clients meet these challenges, we are making the following commitments here in the Middle East.
To create 6,000 jobs over the next 5 years, with a focus on digital, emerging technologies, and ESG.
Hire over 500 new graduates every year and provide them with a development that sets them up for a strong career in the region. Double down on our existing commitment to promote inclusion and diversity by ensuring that at least 50% of the graduates that we hire are female and 80% Arabic speakers.
Commit to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and enhance our ESG services across the region.
To further build our digital capabilities through strategic acquisitions and investment in emerging technologies. And we'll establish additional experience centres, such as this one here, across the region.
Finally, to continue to upskill our people to ensure they have the right skills to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered.
These are just the first steps on this journey, and we're excited to see the difference we can make in the region. It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
Present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
You have to see this video. Azulu brings to you for the first time in Bahrain, Live for Free 2023, where 100 winners get to win prizes worth 150,000 BD.
For each and every 5 BD spent, yes, only 5 BD, you enter Raffle and get a chance to win. Free groceries, free Epics cinema ticket, free school stationery, free fashion wear, free kids entertainment for 1 year, free personal care, Al Hilal medical care.
Double your chances of winning with these selected brands. So just shop for 5 BD out of any of these brands. And get your name entered twice in the Raffle draw. Isn't that a great deal? So what are you waiting for? Shop with Lulu.
And live for free for the rest of 2023.
Until 25th of April, 2023.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabuland Kids Entertainment vouchers, and Hilan Medical Services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Live for free!
Lulu, live for free 2023.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just half a percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action, so you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As we emerge from the impact of the pandemic and we enter a new phase of transformation, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a region facing profound challenges and tremendous opportunities.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology.
That's what we're calling the new equation, our new network-wide strategy.
The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs that clients face now. The first is to build trust, which has never been more important or more difficult. The second is to deliver sustained outcomes in a fast-moving environment where the risk of disruption is more intense than ever before.
To help our clients meet these challenges, we are making the following commitments here in the Middle East.
To create 6,000 jobs over the next 5 years with a focus on digital, emerging technologies, and ESG.
Hire over 500 new graduates every year and provide them with a development that sets them up for a strong career in the region. Double down on our existing commitment to promote inclusion and diversity by ensuring that at least 50% of the graduates that we hire are female and 80% Arabic speakers.
Commit to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and enhance our ESG services across the region.
To further build our digital capabilities through strategic acquisitions and investment in emerging technologies. And we'll establish additional experience centres, such as this one here, across the region.
Finally, to continue to upskill our people to ensure they have the right skills to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered.
These are just the first steps on this journey, and we're excited to see the difference we can make in the region. It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
It all adds up to the new equation.
Present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
You have to see this video, as Zulu brings to you for the first time in Bahrain, Live for Free 2023, where 100 winners get to win prizes worth 150,000 BD.
For each and every 5 BD spent, yes, only 5 BD. You enter Raffle and get a chance to win free groceries, free Epics cinema ticket, free school stationery, free fashion wear, free kids entertainment for 1 year, free personal care, Al Hilal medical care.
Double your chances of winning with these selected brands. So just shop for 5 BD out of any of these brands. And get your name entered twice in the Raffle draw. Isn't that a great deal? So what are you waiting for? Shop with Lulu.
And live for free for the rest of 2023.
Until 21st of April, 2023.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. What do you do for a living? Nothing. I live for free. Thanks to Lulu.
That's right. For every 5 BD spent at Lulu, enter the e-raffle and 100 lucky winners stand a chance to win free groceries, Epic cinema tickets, school stationery, fashion, personal care, Fabulat kids entertainment vouchers, and Al Hilal medical services for all of 2023. Double your chances of winning the raffle with selected brands.
Live for free!
Lulu, live for free 2023.
For 19 years, Grant Thornton's International Business Report has cast a light on the issue of gender diversity in senior management at mid-market businesses around the world. Our research shows that progress has been positive but slow, and suggests that mid-market businesses must push for parity and quickly. Globally, 32.4% of senior management positions are held by women, an increase of just half a percentage point since 2022. Increasing diversity at a senior level and beyond is not only the responsible and right thing to do, we know it's good for business too. Grant Thornton recommends 5 actions to help businesses push for parity. Firstly, a commitment by businesses to providing greater flexibility to employees is a key factor which will accelerate progress. Businesses which offer hybrid, flexible or home working outperformed the global benchmark figure for women in senior management. Businesses must also accelerate and monitor initiatives designed to encourage greater diversity. Combine these initiatives with greater transparency on career pathways. Consider carefully any calls to return to the workplace. And ensure they guard against the potential negative impacts of working from home. To push for parity, businesses must take intentional and decisive actions and accelerate progress. These recommendations from the research hold the key to mid-market businesses being able to truly create an equal and diverse workplace.
Our choices shape our futures. The future of businesses, economies, careers, and our world. Insights illuminate better choices, allowing us to see differently and do more. At KPMG, we know insights reveal new opportunities. With us, you have the people and technologies to uncover insights and turn them into action, so you can innovate and transform, so trust can grow, and a more sustainable future becomes possible. When we act on insight with the right people by our side, opportunity is everywhere. Let insights reveal new opportunities.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As we emerge from the impact of the pandemic and we enter a new phase of transformation, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a region facing profound challenges and tremendous opportunities.
PwC as a community of solvers is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology.
That's what we're calling the new equation, our new network-wide strategy.
The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs that clients face now. The first is to build trust, which has never been more important or more difficult. The second is to deliver sustained outcomes in a fast-moving environment where the risk of disruption is more intense than ever before.
To help our clients meet these challenges, we are making the following commitments here in the Middle East.
To create 6,000 jobs over the next 5 years, with a focus on digital, emerging technologies, and ESG.
Hire over 500 new graduates every year and provide them with a development that sets them up for a strong career in the region. Double down on our existing commitment to promote inclusion and diversity by ensuring that at least 50% of the graduates that we hire are female and 80% Arabic speakers.
Commit to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and enhance our ESG services across the region.
To further build our digital capability,
kindly come in and take your seats, please. We are going to have a raffle session. I request all members to kindly come in and take your seats, please. Good afternoon, dear beautiful ladies and all wonderful attendees. I am CA Akhila. I am now here to take you through the raffle session before we move on to more interesting sessions for the day. We have various raffles sponsored by our esteemed sponsors, and we also have raffles from our BCICAI. As usual, you can win a raffle only if you are present in this hall at the time of raffle. Are you ready for the raffle session? Okay. I request our executive committee member, CA Ashwati, to kindly come on to the stage to hand over the raffles to the lucky winners. CA Ashwati, please. My friend Khushbu will be running the wheel, and let's see who the lucky winner is. The first raffle for this session is open to all, and it is a 25 BD voucher from Lulu. Khushbu, can you spin the wheel, please? Thank you, Ashwati. We'll be running the wheel and... CA Vasanti. CA Vasanti. 1. CA Vasanti is here. Congratulations to the first winner. Let's see who the second winner is. Khushbu. CA Mihir Ramesh Makwana. CA Mihir Ramesh. 1. CA Mihir Ramesh. Okay, let's see the next winner. CA Gaurav Agarwal. CA Gaurav Agarwal is here, he's coming. Congratulations. Let's see the next winner. Thank you. CA Abhishek Gupta. And my dear colleagues, he is the one who has given this idea of wheel of frames. Thank you, Abhishek. You deserve it. Let's see the third winner. Now it's a BD20 voucher from the city center. Let's see the fourth winner. CA Sudhakar Ramanarsimha Yalamanchali. CA Sudhakar, are you around? 1, 2, 4. Okay, let's see the next one. CA Suresh Padmanabhan is not there. Okay, let's see the other winner. CA Atul Sampatlal Singhvi. CA Atul. CA Sunita Gupta. CA Sunita. Congratulations. The next set of raffles are for women only. The raffle is a free rejuvenation massage which is sponsored by Sri Saukya Ayurvedic Center. Can we have the next winner, please? I hope women, you will make use of this massage, and these are for only women members who have registered for the conference. Yes, yes. Okay, let's see who this woman is, the luckiest woman for this set. CA Shaibi Paul. CA Shaibi Paul. She's here. Yes, yes. We are looking at the next winner now, CA Renji Nadasan Acharya. CA Renji, are you here? Oh, she's here. Congratulations. And the next winner is CA Pooja Punjabi. CA Pooja Panjani, sorry. She's here. Congratulations, CA Pooja. CA Vaishali Jain. CA Vaishali. She's here. Congratulations, Vaishali. And this is the last raffle for this session now. Let's see who the lucky winner is. It's me, it's me. Thank you. We are done with the raffles now. We still have many more towards the end of our conference. And friends, thank you very much. I now request our charming and talented CA Rowana to take forward the rest of the sessions. Have a great evening. Over to you, CA Rowana. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Akhila. A very good afternoon to all of you present here. Strength, passion, determination, resilience, and power. These are just some of the qualities that I can use to describe our next speaker. Her name stands tall among the Bahraini athletes, and she is an inspiration to all of us. She chose to challenge in her life, and the society embraced her. So without any further ado, I would like to call upon Shekhal Saiba. May I have her AV, please?
Sheikha Al-Shaiba, renowned para-athlete and motivational speaker. Sheikha Al-Shaiba is a renowned para-athlete residing in Bahrain who started her training journey in 2016. She completed the 3 Spartan obstacle races, which led to her becoming a Spartan X ambassador. She then went on to complete the half Ironman race in Bahrain in 2017 as an individual, as well as the full marathon in Paris in April 2019. She is not only an athlete and a sports lover, but she also holds a bachelor's degree in business informatics from the AMA International University Bahrain. She has over 15 years of experience in the banking and investment field at leading institutions in the region and worked as head of HR transformation at a renowned petroleum company. Born in 1983, she lost her arm to cancer when she was 18 months old. This has been her driving force and motivation for her achievements to date and strives to inspire by example in all her endeavors. Sheikha Al-Shaiba.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the strong and inspiring Sheikha Al-Shaiba. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Everyone is awake or we're still sleeping after food? I think we just have to be awake a little bit with me for 20 minutes and then I'll give you a quick Q&A 10 minutes. Or we can make it 10 minutes and then we can leave in 10 minutes. You can choose. Okay, just want to make sure that all of you are awake. Can everyone raise your arm? Just one hand. One hand. And can you just take one finger and put it on your cheek? Is that a cheek? That was the chin. So, okay. Let me introduce myself. I would like to first thank you for having me here today. My name is Sheikha Al-Shaiba. I was born in 1983. I lost my arm due to cancer. My parents had to choose between saving my life or saving my arm. And of course, I'm in front of you now. They saved my life, and I'm very grateful for that. Well, let me start from when I was in my childhood. I was struggling. I was bullied a lot in school, which is very normal because back then, in 1985, it wasn't accepted. Disability was not very well known in everywhere we go. We don't see it as much as we do see it now. I had to grow. My mother was pushing me. I went to Indian school in Bahrain. My mother was pushing me to be a swimmer. So when I was 6 years old, there was a swimming trainer in the school. I cannot really remember his name. I'm old now. I'm turning 40. So he decided to take full charge of me and train me for swimming. I started believing in myself at that time. He always kept me into competitions. There were no competitions for disabled. At that time there was no competitions for disabled. He pushed me to go. I competed with everyone else. I was always the last, but I always finished my laps. I was always driving to, like, I have to finish everything I was given to be done. I grew up in school. I was a very sad child, which is normal, because I didn't have an arm. I was looking at all the rest of the people in school with me, the students, like the guys and the girls. Why do you have 2 hands and I don't have? Why am I very different? Why am I not looking like everyone else? I cannot do what they can do. I can't clap. And that was a severe problem for me. I can't clap. And I was a child. That was the main thing that the kids would want to do. Grade 8, I struggled. I accepted myself. I decided to move on in my life. Grade 8, I took off my prosthetic arm. Everyone was looking at me in school and staring. You don't have a hand. I always thought when I had a prosthetic arm, people would think that I still look like the rest. But no, it shows that it's a prosthetic arm. But deep down inside, I never believed. They were like, oh, she doesn't have a hand. And then I tried putting in my sleeve inside. I think that people would not see, but everyone can see, it's visual. And then I decided, no, this is who I am, this is how I am, and I have to accept and move on. I cannot change the fact that I lost an arm. I have to love the way I look. I have to accept every single thing that God has given me, and I wouldn't want to change it in any way. Okay, we do wear makeup, but that's different. That's different. So I moved on, I graduated. I went to university. I was a very shy girl. I never spoke to anyone. I was always wanted to be with this group, and I don't want to speak to anyone other than that group. One of the guys at the university came and was like, Sheikha, why don't you do a training? I said, training? School? University? Work? No, not me. I can't talk to people. I don't want. I just want to have a degree like everyone else, and that's it. I don't want to work. And then he said, try. And I went. My first, when I applied for an internship, training university, 3 months it was, I went to the interview. I called them, hello, hi. I applied yesterday. Why didn't you call me? I meant it. I didn't mean anything, but I was like, why didn't you call me? And I thought people would call the next day. I was 20, 19, I don't remember how old I was. So they were like, when did you apply? I said, yesterday. I said, yeah, but you need to wait. Why wait? I went to be interviewed, and then he said, you know what, can you come in an hour? I said, yes, of course. And then I said, okay, I just changed, and I went to the interview. It was a very nice place. I used to work in, that was my first place I worked in. I went to the interview, and it was an Islamic bank, just to be more clear, so I had to cover. When I went to the interview, I was like, hi, how are you? And then he said, yes, I'm good. I said, why didn't you call me? I insisted on that question, I don't know why. And yet I had that puppy look and the charm, no, why didn't you call me? And then he was like, what's wrong with this girl? And then he said, you know what, you can come tomorrow. I was like, oh wow, that was very quick. And then he said, how can I please you? I was like, I'm a girl, we cannot be happy with anything. And then while I was walking outside, he was like, and I was like, oh, by the way, I don't have a hand. And then he looked at me and I was like, oh, now you can't change your mind, right? Which is true. He said, no, but it's okay, you can come tomorrow. I started my job the next day. I was at the receptionist. I was an operator. I was really upset. And my father was like, Sheikha, you have a degree. And I said, Baba, I have to start. People need to believe in me. I started believing in myself. So it's not easy for people to accept me. It's not easy for people to think that I can do, I can work, I can think. We usually doubt an able person. What if you see a disability that is visual? We will eventually have a doubt about any person who is disabled in a way that is visual. And then a month later, you're not giving me anything. Excuse me, can you give me work to do? I will work with you, I'll help you. Can I type? I can type. How do you type? I said, I have 5 fingers, I can type. And they were like, oh no, but we type with 2 hands. You can type with 1 finger, it shouldn't be 2 hands. But for them, it was very different. I started working. They moved me in. From an operator, I worked as an executive assistant, and then my career ladder got built up, and up, and up, and up. People were still looking down at me. And then I had to do another change. I have to make people accept, not only because I accepted myself, but they need to know that we're normal people. We're just as able as anyone else on this earth. We have different abilities, but we're just normal. I was a bit chubby, so I thought like, no, I have to lose weight. I need to do a little bit of few things. I went to the gym. I was looking very down at. I went to a mixed gym in Bahrain. People were looking so down at me. The trainer was looking very down at me. I was very hurt. And when I am hurt, that's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Something inside me will be very challenged. I want to do, I don't know if you guys are used to familiar with the rower at the gym. So he said, how will you row? I said, it has like 4 things and then two handles. And then I said, I'll just put my hand in the middle and just pull it. And he said, oh, okay. I said, yeah, you have to figure out a way for you, which is me. And if you're the instructor and the trainer who doesn't think, I have to think for myself. Because I want to prove you wrong, and that was a challenge. And then whenever we had a team workout, he always puts me aside. And that really hurts. And then I started looking at the guys, and the guys at the gym, and the girls, like, I see them feeling sorry for me. And for me, nobody should feel sorry for me. I'm just as able as anyone else. I do look different, but I'm very special in that look. So I said, okay, this is the challenge. I went to a conference in Bahrain. I don't know if you know about Tony Robbins. He's a motivational speaker. I have no idea who Tony Robbins is. No idea. Oh, conference, let's go. The tickets from 300 dinars, it's only 50 dinars VIP. Oh, I will get that. Okay, but there is ticket, flying ticket. There is a hotel you have to pay for. No, it's 50. That's a typical girl thinking. No, he gave me a discount, so I got the ticket. And it's a VIP ticket, so I have to go. And then my mother and father was like, Sheikha, but you have to pay for the airplane and the hotel. And I said, oh yeah, that didn't come in the count. That was only when I wanted. I got a discount. Okay, that's a discount for this. I went there, and he was speaking about law of attraction. And he was telling us that we literally call what we want. If I am sad, I don't accept myself, nobody on earth will accept me. If I walk in the room, even if I was wearing sleeveless, if I want you to see that I'm an amputee, you will see it. If I don't care about it, you will even not notice that. So we went, we attended, and I was like, you know what? I got to know 2 girls from Saudi and a guy from Bahrain, and it was 10,000 attendees of people. I was over the moon, dancing around, jumping. The conference was amazing. And then I said, you know what? There's something called Iron Man 70.3 happening in December, and that was April 2017. Let me do that. And the guys and the girls with me were like, Sheikha, you know what's an Iron Man? I said, well, to be honest, no. But let me find out. If some of you don't know what's an Iron Man, it's a 70.3 race that happens in Bahrain every December. It's a triathlon race. It comes 3 legs. So it's a 2-kilometer swim, 90 kilometer cycling, and 21 kilometer run. So it's back to back. And then they were like, Sheikha, you have one hand. I was like, I love having one hand. That's a challenge. Coming back to Bahrain, speaking of law attraction, I received a message from one of the ladies. Oh, Sheikha, there's a trainer who wants to train you for free. Oh, wow. For what? For Iron Man. Oh, yes, it's happening. I went in. People were making fun of me. Have you ever swum 2 kilometers? No. I'll train. Did you ever cycle 90 kilometers? No. I'll train. But you don't have time. You make time. I was working at that time. I was struggling, so I have to wake up every day at 5 a.m., go for a swim, which was 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers swim every day, and then go to work. And then after work, I finish work at 4:35. I have to go back again to train for cycling an hour and then running for half an hour. Every day. Literally every day. I was exhausted. I was so skinny and thin back then. I did the race. I was so proud of myself. The cutoff time of the swim was 1 hour, 10 minutes. I finished in 1 hour, 8 minutes, 25 seconds. The cutoff time of the race, of the complete race, was 8 hours, 30 minutes. I finished in 8 hours, 21 minutes, but I did it. I did it. I tried. It wasn't easy. It's very difficult. Yet I only trained 2 months and a half because my father was very ill. So I was always with him. I started training in September, October, and the race was in November. It was in 27 November. So it took me a lot of time to put an effort, and yet I was working and I was taking care of my father. So I was always saying people like, I have to raise awareness. We have to tell people there's a lot of, as humans, we are always kept aside, even when we want to work. They come and tell you, you're too strong. I'm not strong. I stand up for myself. This is the least I could do in my life. But you did this. Yeah, but I'm a fair person. I did this because I wanted to do it. I did this because I need to prove to people that we're all able. We are all able in a different way. We have a lot of things. So one of the stories that happened to me, and I always tell people, people wouldn't accept it. When I walk around in a place, people would come and point at me. Oh, she doesn't have a hand. Yeah, I don't have a hand, I know. What's so different and what's so new about what you're telling me? Oh, you know that nobody will marry you because you don't have a hand? Who said I want to get married? Sorry, but unless he knows, we come from a culture that it is not acceptable. They always would go with a person who looks very able, but even if he has a disability within him, it's not shown, so that's fine. But if I look like this, no. How on earth would you marry someone like this? And it happened to me. One of the things that really hurt me back then, when I got to meet a guy, and then he was like, you know what? My friend told me, and they were like, what? My friend was like, you can do better. I said, yeah, of course you can do better. You can have someone with 3 hands, not only 2 hands. Go find them. And he said, no, don't take me wrong. I was like, definitely not. If that's your mentality, thank you very much. I would not want to be with someone like this. I am so happy in my life with what I do and with how I move on, and I have accepted and loved myself. Another story that happened to me very recent, and that's a very funny story. So I have done a lot of races. Now I'm a CrossFitter. How many of you guys go to the gym? Oh, wow. That's impressive. Should I continue or just walk down? Hey, that is very impressive. I only saw 2 hands. Are you guys sure? Yeah, but you don't go to the gym, that means? So that's, okay. Mental gym. Not even walking? Oh, I felt that, okay. You made me feel that was an achievement, but I'm so proud. I'm so proud. So I started going to the gym, and the gym is my life. I started CrossFit 1 year ago. And they said, you know what's CrossFit? It's carrying weights, and you will look so manly, bulky, muscly. I said, oh, really? I said, but I need muscles because I need to move on my body and myself and carry on. I'm getting older, I'm not getting younger. So that's how you build it. And then they said, yeah, but Sheikh, how can you carry the bar? I said, that's for you to guess and for me to find out. I have to find out. I went to the gym again. Everyone was looking at me, and I was like, I will not say they're looking at me because I'm an amputee, but they're looking at me because I think I'm beautiful. Let me take it from that way, unless anyone disagrees. So speaking of that, I walked to the gym, and everyone was looking at me, and I was like, no, because I'm beautiful. I have that charm. I was nervous. I was very nervous. So I had to find out it was a bar on the floor and how to carry it and balance it. It took me like 6-7 months, but I really excelled in it. I started competing last year. I am the first amputee in the Middle East to compete in all the races. Ironman, Spartan, CrossFit, name it. So my first competition was the biggest competition. They have, for CrossFit, they have a competition they call as adaptive. So it's upper extremity, lower extremity, seated, on. So I said, you know what, okay, Saudi had a CrossFit in January, and I was like, this is it. Please open up for us. We have to have for adaptive. There is nobody, because I compete with all the able people. So I really struggle, because your weight, you go 40, I go 20. I have to go half of the weight. And you know what's funny? Because people are very competitive. So the people I compete with don't want me to be on the board. So I compete and I don't podium, even if I do. If I do well, I don't podium. So it doesn't hurt, but I always say we have to find a way. I spoke to Saudi, you know, guys, you're doing well, you're growing. I opened up. There should be for adaptive for CrossFit. And they said, but there's how many people? I said, well, it's only me, one female from the GCC. But it starts with one, and then we'll have many more. I'm sure there are a lot of people that are hidden, sitting at home, doing nothing, shy. We all have things that we're shy of to show. If it's a bad hair day. It's my dress is not good, doesn't fit me. I have a belly. I'm not happy. We all have different things that we don't like about ourselves. But we have to accept it. If we can change, we have to look up for it and change it. If we can't change it like myself, love it, accept it. Yani be so honored that you were chosen in this world to be an amputee. I am over the moon. If the day goes back and people would ask me, Sheikha, would you want to have a two-hand or one hand? I was like, I love being so special. I could be easily pointed out, that's Sheikha Sheba. Yeah, hi, we know you. That's how I took it and loved it and accepted. So going back to Saudi, I went in, I spoke to them. 3 months later, I saw the sign. Adaptive Division Open. Oh, wow! Thank you very much. I spoke to the guys. I know a few guys who were with us in triathlon and Spartan who had, unfortunately, car accidents and they were on a wheelchair, or they lost a leg, or something happened to them, or they had a car accident or a bike accident and lost an arm. So I know a few of them, but again, they're males, not females. That's what I know. Guys, they opened up for us, let's go. We have to go. We have to make it big. And they said, yeah, but you're the one, it doesn't matter, I will still go in with you guys because they always had a female and a male division. So you're the, it's okay, let's just go, let's just go. They said, okay. 11th December 2022, I went out with a friend for cookies, and I jumped, and I broke my right foot, and I tore a ligament in the left. There was a very small, tiny bush. I decided for no reason, for a very stupid reason, to jump it, and there was a pavement behind. So I didn't know. I twisted my both legs. I was in so much pain. I turned left and right. Is there anyone? No, why did I jump? Who I was trying to show off in front of? Nobody was there. Why did I do that? And then my friend was like 10 meters away in her car. And I was like, how can I walk there? I have to walk. I have to act strong. I went and I walked. And then she looked at my face. I was red. Sheikha, what's wrong? I fell. You fell? And she started laughing. No, it's serious. It's painful. I took off my shoes and my socks, and the bone was sticking out. And I was like, surprise. I said, I think it's a fracture. She said, Sheikha, if it's a fracture, you wouldn't be sitting and talking to me. I said, get me a bag of ice from the supermarket. She got me, I sucked my leg in. I finished my cookies. We were still eating the cookies because we went out for them. So I went and I took it and I ate it. And then she was like, are you okay? I said, yeah, but there's pain in my left foot. I looked, it was swelling. Both legs looked like a sourdough. And I was thinking, oh, interesting. I can't wear the shoes back. Drop me back home, please. We went back to home. I walked in, I slept. I woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. I had a very high fever and I started throwing up. That's a reaction of the body because I didn't pay attention to what happened. And that's what happened. I sent a message to my doctor with my foot. And then he said, Sheikha, now to the hospital. And I said, yeah, I'll just shower and come. He said, no, now. Anyway, I showered and I went to the hospital. I walked in. Oh, by the way, I was wearing makeup as well. I looked so good walking in the hospital. So nobody thought that something was wrong with me. And I called the driver. He was out with my mother. So I called the taxi to drop me to the hospital because I couldn't drive. I went. I still thought that I was myself, the strong, independent woman. I thought that was there. No. I walked in the hospital. I can't walk. I can't. I'm in so much pain. And the receptionist and there's another guy came in and they're like, are you okay? No, I can't walk. They got me a wheelchair. They pushed me up to the clinic. And the doctor looked at me and was like, Sheikha, what did you do? I said, fix me. I have a competition in 3 weeks. He said, you know that there is something called science and biology? I said, no, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think there is. He said, you know they need to take place. Yeah, how long? 3 weeks? He said, you know fractures or ligament tears take up to 6 months. No way, I'm an athlete. It has nothing to do with you being an athlete. It's science and biology, Sheikha. No, I think that's wrong. You can't be a good doctor. I think you're not a good doctor. And he's a surgeon and a consultant. We did the x-rays. The bone moved 6 millimeters away from where it was, which means after 6 weeks, they might need to operate if it doesn't go back. That's number one. Number two, ligament tear takes 2 months, 8 weeks, 16 or 18 weeks. And I was like, oh, wow, that was a surprise, but I have a competition that I fought for. You're not going to go? I said, yeah, I think I'm not going to go. I was devastated. I was heartbroken for 1 week. 1 week. I called my coach, Majid, when can I come and train? Can you walk? Yeah, I think I can walk. I had a cast. I had crutches. I had another something on my other foot. I don't know what was it. Yeah, I can walk. Are you sure? Yeah, I have crutches. But I think your shoulder. No, it's okay. It's a very short. Who will drop you? The driver will drop me. Are you sure? Yeah, the driver will drop me. Again, back to very strong, independent woman. I can't wait for the driver to come, drop me, wait for me, move, go. I can't. I took the car. The cast was on this foot. You can't drive. No, there is something in the car called cruise control. You just put it and put your foot on brake, and then you just drive. 50 is okay. They said, you know that's illegal. Nobody knows. Who would stop me? I went to the gym. I was in so much pain. Again, not because I'm against painkillers, but someone, I don't know who that someone is. I can't even remember. If you take painkillers, it will slow down your recovery. And I didn't take them. So I decided to be in so much pain and only take my supplements. Omega-3, zinc, magnesium, vitamin C, and so on. 3 days later, I went to the physio. He said, Sheikha, you know, it's a very serious thing. For some reason, I decided to be a baby. No, but I fought for this and I wanted to compete. And he said, you're crying? I'm so hurt because this happened to me. He said, yeah, but it happens to any person. You fell not at the gym. And I said, yeah, but... He said, Sheikha? I said, yeah, it's okay. Cleared my tears. I was like, yalla, let's go, fix me, do whatever. It was 5th of January, the competition day. Sheikha, are you going to Saudi? Of course I'm going. But you can't fly. No, I'm going to go by car with the girls. Oh, who's driving? Of course the girls. I'm not going to drive. I can't drive. 4 hours drive. Girls, you want to come to Saudi? I'll drive. Oh, are you sure? Yeah. It's cruise control. We just drive. It's straight lane. Okay, we'll come. Yay, 3 girls on the road to Saudi. Trip to Saudi, we arrived. And then my coach was like, Sheikha? I said, it's fine, I'm fine. I went in. I wanted this thing to happen. I decided within myself, I have to raise self-awareness. I have to let people know that we are all able in a different way. We all have different abilities. We just look different. I walked in. Hi. Hi, my name is Sheikha. I'm registered. Yeah, you're registered. Okay, Sheikha. Yeah, but you know, I have a cast. Can you compete? Yeah, I can. What is the workout? Easy. I told my coach, Majid, can I do it? Of course you can. He's another, we're both, I of course have more, but here there's no brain. I can't think when it comes to workouts. Can you walk? Of course I can walk. Can you run? I can walk. I can run. I can do anything. And your leg? Yeah, but I'm fine. I competed. It wasn't a proper competition. It was just for everyone. There were no podium. They started, there were a lot of females and males on a wheelchair. I was very surprised. We're all disabled. At that time, we're all disabled. We're all on, everyone, one had a missing leg, one had a missing hand. I was the only girl who had a missing hand, but the rest were on a wheelchair. They were like, thank you very much. And I said, why? Can we take a picture with you? I said, why? We're all the same, I think. No, but because you had a huge smile and you were so happy. You love yourself. Because of your energy, we loved it. And I said, so next year we'll all compete? They said, I think, yes, we will. I said, so you'll all be fit and fitter? And they said, yes. Again, none of them were working out. None of them were doing anything. Speaking of the gym, because I'm an athlete, my recovery was very quick. It was very, very quick because I had a very good muscles and bone structure. I didn't have to operate. We went, we competed. I went to compete, we finished, we came back. Yeah, but I still can't walk. I'm in so much pain. I'm tired. And then I said, you know what? Things happen to us in life. All of us, we go through ups and downs. It's a setback that only puts us in life for a step up. It sets us up to move on. In life, we go through a lot of things. We lose a father. I lost my father in 2018. Nobody knew that I lost my father. I was still working out. I was still in the gym. I was hurt from the inside, but I used to live with him. But I said, no, I can't just sit at home and do nothing. I have to go out. Few things happened to us. I'm not sure if I have to tell you the story about my bone, and I fractured my hip and my hand, but I think that's for next time. So basically, I have a lot of fractures and a lot of setbacks that put me in a way and in a position that I would think in life, that's a game over. I can't do anything now. I'm tied hand. I lost everything in my life, but no. That's just a step up for us to reconcile everything in our life and put things together, and for us to stand up and accept what have happened whatsoever, even if we don't like it, even if we don't want it. We have to accept it. It will take time for us to move on, to love it, but we have to accept every single thing that happens to us in a way or another. It's a matter of time. Give it time, and your life and your world will be as glooming and shining as you wanted. But because we only look at one perspective that we lost, and not at the other. And I would end my beautiful stories about my fractures and bones. And I really hope that I really inspired. And I really hope that some of you would be joining the gym in a way or another. And I will open for a Q&A.
The standing ovation tells you all. Thank you so much, Sheikh Al-Sabah, for your inspirational speech on your life and your motivation. I will now open the floor for questions that you would like to ask Sheikha.
None of you want to join the gym? At least?
Yes, you can, yes.
You can scream, I can still hear. To be honest, my life was my role model, and seeing people struggling in their life, that was a role model for me to start sharing my story, to start sharing my life, and to start being another role model to the rest.
Amazing answer. So rather than having a role model, you became a role model.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Vivek Gupta.
Thank you for such a motivational speech.
Thank you.
My question is how you get that discipline in order, because of all the challenges which you face. Definitely there must be times where you feel low and you don't feel like continuing what you are doing.
True.
So how do you get that discipline in place?
I had a competition on Monday, and there was another guy who was an amputee. I was looking at him and I was like, he's very strong. How can I be like him? And I was discussing it. And then I said, okay, speaking of discipline, I have to work hard to reach where I want. We people think that it's if I do this, I get this. It's not like that. It doesn't work like that. We build on, it takes years, it takes months, it takes decades. But we still have to work on what we want to reach where we want. I do get devastated in between. But then I always decide, okay, now I want to be stronger. I want to be a role model to that person. Or not anyone, just to myself. I want to prove to myself that if I want to carry this, I can carry it. I don't need, because speaking of strong, independent women, I always want to do things by myself. Not because I want to prove to anyone anything, but it's a personality. I'm not the person who sits at home, honk at home, and ask the helper at home to come and carry the things and the bags from my car and put them down. I never do that. Never did I. However, my sister does it. She has 2 hands. But it's a different personality. So I always keep on thinking that there is something that I want to reach to. Even if it pulls me down, and then I start up. There's a saying that you fall 7 times and you stand up the 8th. That's how I motivate myself.
Very nice.
And my friend here wants to know which gym do you go to? My friend here wants to know which gym do you go to?
I go to CrossFit Dilman in Barbar.
Okay. Thank you. I guess, okay, we'll take the last question for the day.
Hi, Shekha. Very inspiring speech. And, definitely anyone could link with it and get out of the, bad timings. My question is as everyone says, disability is in mind, and you have rightly proved that, in spite of whatsoever the situation could be, it's all the thoughts which, does it. I'm sure you would have come across many instances, where you were on the crossroads, right? And it is, I think, the choices which drive you on to get it on. What would you suggest? Everyone would have these crossroads and, get out of it. What would you suggest as, it cannot be a quick tips, but, in your mind to get on to a right choice, whatsoever the case may be, and drive it on?
I would always think and say, look at the problem, whatever it is. How can we fix it? How can we change it? Some problems could be changed. Some problems should be changed within ourselves and solved within us. And some problems we just have to accept and move on. And that's how I would always take every single thing and problem that I go through in that perspective. I do have a lot of days that I'm very down. I do have it. But I always say, going to the gym makes you happy. That's the happy hormone. And once you go to the gym, you'll be very surprised. Not because I'm marketing the gym. I don't get any percentage from the gym. Just telling you. I pay like anyone else. However, I would see how much I would benefit, yet I would get stronger and my mood swings literally change. No matter what and how bad and what I've been through, I just come out of the gym. happy, walking around. So I would always think that exercising, walking around, clearing your mind, thinking about how to solve the problem once it's happened. I know it takes time and every person differs, but we just have to fix and move on, not leave it and move on. We just have to fix it and move on because it will always stay there and it will always pull us back one day.
So acceptance.
Yes.
Basically. Thank you so much.
So much. If any of you may have any questions, I'm sure Shekha will be available later on. For now, I request our chairperson, CA Sharmila, to please come on the stage as we present a token of our thanks and appreciation to Shekha Al-Saba. Thank you so much, Shekha, for this inspiration. I would now like to invite CA Sunita to take us forward. CA Sunita, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Rohana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be your host for the next session. The aim of the International Women's Day 2023 Embrace Equity campaign theme is to get the world talking about why equal opportunities are not enough. If you truly believe in forging an equal and inclusive world, then you will truly believe in the need for the world to better understand the difference between equality and equity. Equality is giving everyone a shoe. Equity is giving everyone a shoe that fits them. World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report 2022 reports that the gender gap has been cumulatively closed only at 68%, and gender parity may not be achieved for another 132 years. The key element in this scenario is to seek a balance and leverage the dynamics of a gender balance rather than stressing on equality. We have today an eminent speaker who will dive deeper into the subject, gender balance for peak performance. Ms. Abha Maryada Banerjee, India's first internationally acclaimed woman motivational speaker, rated as one of the top 10 life, business, and success coaches in Asia Pacific. To learn more about Ms. Abha's numerous accolades, may we have the AV, please?
Abha Maryada Banerjee, leadership author, speaker, and thought innovator. TEDx speaker, Abha is the India Goodwill Ambassador for the Beti Zindabad campaigns of Action Aid, a UN agency that works towards making gender equality a reality. She is also the author of the best-selling thought leadership book for women, Nucleus, Power Women Lead from the Core. Founder of Success India, the people building company and Asia Leaders Consortium, a non-linear think tank of leaders from across Asia, her expertise is teaching individual achievement, leadership in motion, human peak performance, and emotional intelligence. As a pioneer in the human potential space, Abha introduced mental strength and peak performance coaching for Indian Olympians. India got selected for the London Olympic Games and won eventual medals at the Commonwealth Games as a result of the coaching and training. She is the recipient of Top 100 Thought Leadership Amongst Women 2022, Women of Excellence Award 2017, Brand Builder of the Year 2017, Rex Karmaveer Gold Chakra Award 2016, Dainik Bhaskar Women's Leadership Award 2011, among others. Abha Maryada Banerjee.
Abhaji with a big round of applause.
You know, so I can see everybody is awake now and they are probably going to listen to me only because of that. All right. So thank you very much, everybody, for staying here till the end of the day. I was wondering why I was put in the end of the list to speak to all of you. So I thought maybe if everybody leaves, what happens? So I checked with her. She said, no, we are keeping you for the end just so, you know, maybe we can have people stay back. I said, good, I'll try my best. I've been talking of equity over here. So Amrita ji, मुझे आपसे एक बात पूछनी है ना. Actually, this was not in my plan. But we're talking about women empowerment, we're talking about women, we're talking about inclusivity, we are talking about equity, equitable, and all those nice words that are there. But you sang a song, so this was not in my list of things to do, but with your permission, because I'm not a singer. But I'm a communicator, so if my message has to go out, and if it is done by bad singing, will you allow that to me?
Emotion matters.
It does? So if my message gets across, so all of you are in for some bad singing, but some good words, sung by Shubha Mudgal, written by Prasun Joshi, from her album Man Ke Manjeere, and it goes like this. Acha bura ho to, sorry. मैं झील हूँ उकता गई हूँ अब चाहती हूँ बहना बौरा गई हूँ जो भी यहाँ आता है खामोशियाँ लाता है सुलझे हुए लोगों से तंग आ गई हूँ मैं झील हूँ बहुत सुलझे हुए लोग हैं. Everybody knows everything about what a woman should do, right? उस रोज एक लड़की मुझको जगा रही थी चुन चुन के गोल पत्थर लहरें बना रही थी कुछ उंगलियां उठी और खामोश हो गई वो बल खा रही थी अब मैं गश खा रही हूँ. Now this. पानी का एक सच है वो सच है बहते जाना रस्तों को छोड़ देना रास्ते नए बनाना चाहा नहीं था मैंने मैं रोकी गई हूँ मैं झील हूँ उकता गई हूँ बोर हो गई हूँ. I want to be a woman of my own self. I don't want instructions. You know, I don't want to be told what to do. I'm good by myself. Look at her. Look at her. Do we need instructions? No. Come on.
We can lead the world.
Come on, yeah, come on. He said, come on. Come on. Right? You know, when I was pregnant, my mother was pregnant with me. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I have one elder brother. So the family told her that we want 4 sons. One you already have, next one. So my mother and father obviously they don't know what the gender is going to be. But we want 4 sons. If it's a daughter, bad luck. The kid is gone, the mother is gone, everybody is gone. So what my parents did, very smart thing they did, they ran away from there. And they came to Delhi. So I'm born in Delhi, I'm raised in Delhi, so I'm a Delhiite. I can call myself a Delhiite thanks to my parents' runaway tendencies. So they both ran away with my 4-year-old brother, came to Delhi, and so I am here today, speaking to all of you thanks to my parents. But the story didn't end there. Because they escaped their family, but they could not escape society. There were too many do's and don'ts. And literally we found over the years that people look for other people's flaws. No genuine encouragement, no genuine appreciation. We don't like to say good things about other people. We love to say the bad stuff. It's more engaging, bad stuff is engaging. Maza aata. We are not going to be talking. So I was very clear. I told everybody, I said, listen, I don't want to be told. I'm only going to listen to my parents. They know what I need. They know who I am. So now, who has made this instruction manual for women? Where is this coming from? आपको पता है? नहीं, I'll tell you where it's coming from. Society तो बाद में है. So no, maybe I have the answer. So now, where is this instruction manual coming from? My parents had did a pivot, so my story is very different. So I don't need that instruction manual. I'm not living by it. So now I have all the time on earth to do what I want to do. Now I'm focused with the question, what do I do in my life? I don't run by that instruction manual. I'm not poised, I'm not coy, I'm not good looking, I'm not tall, I'm not pretty, I'm not any of those things. I'm not a nice girl, I'm none of those. Therefore, I have to write my own instruction manual. Thank you. I don't need yours. You don't need it, right? You don't need it, right? So I said, okay, what should we do now? Now this is where the problem is. The first slide. So the first 3 slides I'm going to show you is going to be about history and biology. Some little stuff we'll do, some fun stuff in the beginning. But these 3 slides, I want all of you to be very clearly looking at this and listening and seeing if you can embrace this one, because we're going to be embracing, and this is all to all the men also. Right, sir? Sir? It's for you too. Yeah.
I'm sitting in the
So I know you're reading this very carefully before I even say it. You'd be lapping it up. But I'll tell you what the problem over here is. The problem is that this whole thing, there is a war of word and image, because this whole women thing and men thing has started at this time when the alphabet was introduced by the men. And men, like always they are, they don't think about women. Right? They don't have to. They're not inclusive enough. They did not write about women. They wrote the alphabet, they wrote about everything, they forgot the woman who was the goddess prior to that. Hereafter, the balance shifted completely, The masculine values came in, men's domination of women came in, and everything is now bound by the written word. We've all read that written word. We also read that word. Now, we pick the stuff that we like. We don't read everything else. We don't like to read the stuff that's not for us. Yes, we say we pick what works for me. I don't pick the rest, all right? I'm going to leave the rest. So here is what happened, that it all became bound by the written word, and the goddess died. We still worship women in this country. Amrita ji talked about divine feminine. We worship goddesses here, Every morning, even the best things in the mornings that we look at is Durga, the Lakshmis, and the Parvatis, and the Kalis, and you name it. Every god is a woman in the first place, right? And where is that coming from? And how have we forgotten that? Why don't we think about it? So this is where it is. This is where it started, and it has gone on forever, coming into a space called patriarchy. Now we are fighting with patriarchy for how many generations? And nobody's bothered to think, why am I fighting this battle? This is not my battle. This is a battle of some idiot over there who wrote the alphabet. Why did he write that alphabet in the manner that he did? Right? So let's see what we can do about it. So because this is the principal means of communication, everything, expression and words and whatever we want to talk about, and here it is dominated by a male version of what it should be. So all of us have read that, So it is good for education, good for understanding, but it's not good for what is happening between men and women. It's absolutely, actually unnecessary. We're all born with different abilities, So if we were listening to Shekha earlier, that your abilities is what makes you. It doesn't the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. So if you're creating value, sir, if you're creating value, if I'm creating value, I'm good. If you're creating value, you're good. I don't create different value because I'm born in a female body. I create value per se. Period. Now, why don't we start looking at things that way? So this is what happened. Today also, if we look at the whole thing, the whole fight is that a woman is an image. Either it is a physical image, which is how she is identified, or it is the image that we think the woman should be. Nice, quiet. What else? Well-mannered. Talk less, soft-spoken, no fighting, no shouting, shy, accommodating, adaptable. Please add the adjectives. ये मेरी टीम से बाहर का है. ये मेरी बुराई कर रहे पीछे से. हाँ, so अरे हम देंगे नहीं अभी आपको मौका, बाद में देंगे. So अभी हमने बोलना शुरू किया, आपका मौका कहाँ आएगा अभी? हाँ, so अभी तो now the man is the word, woman is the image, and this fight has gone on in a very subtle manner through the written word. So this is where we are. So from the first slide, if we can understand that if we were to throw this out of our system, that all this patriarchy that we are fighting, men are like this, women are like this, and there should be like this, वो should be could be को हटा दें अगर, तो we are fine. This is the first part. The second part is, I love this slide. I show it to, and this slide is going to rake up some triggers in this room. The male trigger. All right. So if you see that 11 to 13 weeks over there, that one, the 7th bacha over there, fetus, around this time, all the women over here, first of all, a round of applause for all of you, because you'll just see why. You'll just see why. All right. So 11 to 13 weeks, this fetus over here, before this we are all gender neutral. But over here, shots of testosterone go to the brain of the male child, who's supposed to be the male child, XY chromosome. Before that, it's XX. So the male brain shrinks. I shall repeat that. The male brain shrinks in order to, this is biology, sir, nothing to do with any of it. So, yeah, don't take it personally. It's biology, science, right? So the male brain shrinks because of the shots of testosterone in order for the male to become the hunter-gatherer that he is supposed to be biologically. I've said a good thing, right? So far, yeah. Now, but the female remains, so the communication centers of the male brain get shrunk. The female brain remains open. Why do we need that? Why do we need that biologically? Because we are nurturers, we are mothers, we have to bring a child into this world and understand what the child wants, apart from understanding what the hunter-gatherer wants. Ha ha. That is the more difficult part, right? But imagine bringing a child into this world and being able to understand what that human being wants. And to be a mother or a caretaker of somebody like that, from the mental, emotional, physical, their food things, their growth, everything, every milestone is being taken. And so we need a bigger communication center because of that, because of the intuitive faculties, the empathy, the love, the emotion, and all the nice things that can come with being that nurturer. While the hunter-gatherer goes out, now these days men work, then also they went out to hunt and gather. So it was the women who carry that faculty, which are now called leadership qualities. It's true. Empathy chahiye ki nahi chahiye? Intuition chahiye, empathy, emotional intelligence, adaptability, taking the teams together, training, patience, persistence. Oh, you have it all. Why are we worried about anything? Why are we fighting? Right? So there is a gender intelligence factor that women have, and they do not know that the best part about their life is their communication center. Now what have they done? They've raised children, they've taken care of hunter-gatherers, and they've wasted their communication center completely. Because they did not fill it up with stuff that could be good for them. So if you had a leadership quality which said that I have biological intelligence, I have some extensively powerful communication capabilities, I have the emotional intelligence to do this, these are skills crucial to business success, these are skills crucial to leadership. And here we are, completely suppressed, not being able to be that authentic person because we have not trained ourselves to do that. Now communication, as far as I know, everybody is told, oh, talks too much. When I was a kid, everybody said, she talks too much. My parents were embarrassed. So they would say, please, if you can reduce. And after a certain point, people said, take some money, shut up. So I said, no. I will take money to speak. Don't worry, I'm going to speak so much that you can't come and tell me speak because I'm making sense, right? I'm making sense, so you're asking me to shut up. Now here is the problem. Our biggest strength, because of our biology, has been suppressed to a point that our communication has been reduced to nothing but trivia, right? It's trivia now. How many women will go out there and say, I'm a master communicator? So from this second slide, if I can give you anything, become a master communicator. Biologically, you're supported by your body and your communication center, while the men are supposed to be, for reasons that they need to focus. So I'm being nice now. Right? The reason that they have to be focused on what they have to do, therefore, that shrunk brain version, focused version, the hunter-gatherer version is all right. But you have a bigger communication center. Now, why are we not using that? If you fill it up with stuff that is good for you, good for others, and good for the stuff that you're doing, now you are making good use of your biological intelligence. So this is our strength, which has socially been turned into a weakness. We are not allowed to speak. Everything that we say is either objected to, opposed, called wrong, or name it. So this is the second part. So each time now, I am teaching men emotional intelligence in Asia Pacific region. Same problem. So women have emotional intelligence. Men have to be taught emotional intelligence. So when they question me, I remind them of this. I said, sir, please, open up. Try. Some spark has to come from somewhere. Come on. Come on. I'm trying to inspire you. Come on. So it's by way of a joke. But this is the biology that we carry. So if biologically we are supported to have bigger communication centers, so if women started to use their communication better, or learn or train themselves to communicate, now this is a leadership skill, is it or is it not? It is. Now the third one over here. Now otherwise we are struggling with ourselves. I go tell her I'm not okay, she goes tell her I'm not okay, she sulks, and then she feels sad, and then she has to get up, and then she goes talks to her husband, and husband say, I don't have the time, I have to go hunt and gather. So this is what goes on and on and on. Women are pitched against each other, against themselves. So one big skill, communication, if all the women over here can raise both their hands and say, all right, I have a gender intelligence housed within my body, and I'm not going to let it go. Come what may, society say what they want to say, I am not letting that go. And from today onwards, this day, after I leave from this room, I got to master my communication. Let me fill it up with value. Let me fill it up with good stuff. Let me fill it up with positivity. Let me fill it up with things that matter. Let me go out there and do something more. We're talking about equity. I'll show you how equity is then achieved. Now the third part is this. We are also called very emotional. How many women have been told that? Only Aris. Come on. Come on. Let's be brave. Let's be brave. How many have been told you're too emotional? Too much this thing, everything is about you. You start crying and you start whining and you say every time you go, once you start, you never stop. How many of us heard that? How many of us have heard that? I've heard that. Because I don't cry, but once I start, I don't stop. That is true. I don't stop. I'll stop only when it is over. So I'm not going to stop before that. So emotion is yet another capability that women have. I just showed you how. Why? Why do we have it? But we do not use our emotions intelligently because we've not trained ourselves to do that. Our emotion is a free-flowing emotion that we use in our daily life, and it scatters all over the place. Now, when it comes to doing something and emotionally we are not strong enough, emotionally we haven't strengthened ourselves, mentally we have not strengthened ourselves, the emotion works against us. That is what we have all done as women, that we've allowed our emotions to flow around there, and in whatever manner it was flowing. If I'm angry, I'm angry. If I'm sad, I'm sad. If I'm whiny, I'm whiny. If I'm gossipy, I'm gossipy. If I'm envious, I'm envious. If I train myself not to do those things because they are harming me as much. So this is the power, the third power that we have. So from the 3 slides, one must always remember it's alphabets. It's not men. It's the alphabet. Maybe it was written by a man, but all of us over here, well, forgive that man. Let him go. Let's move on, Shekhar. We move on. I say we'd rather move on, right? So why hurt these men over here? For that man, right? So let's cut the man out, divorce the man. You're welcome, sir. So let's cut the man, divorce the man out of the alphabet and say it is the alphabet. So once it is the alphabet, I'm free. I'm free. Now I'm free. All right? So now I'm free. I have a communication center which is bigger than everybody else. I have it housed in my biology. I have a gender intelligence. Why am I not using it? Then I have my emotion. Why am I not using my emotional intelligently? That is also very important. Now here was the situation that came in my life when I realized that I am looking around myself and saying, what are people doing? Finding flaws. Everybody was distressed. People didn't have, so, you know, I was talking to Smriti in a flight coming, why do people not, I was around people who just didn't get up and do stuff. And I would look at them and say, you have a problem? So they'd say, we can't do it, this is how life is. So that dialogue was a little bit of a, you know, it disturbed me. This is how life is, and who's supposed to change your life? No, this is how it is. I'm in this circumstance. This is how it works. This is how it is. So it looked as if, you know, there was nothing that could be done. And I am from that era, dinosaur era, where everybody thought nothing could be done. At least women thought nothing could be done. You know, everything was ऐसे ही है, चलने दो, हो जाए, ऐसे ही है. So I was very, very paranoid by the fact that I looked around myself and I asked myself this question, why are they so distressed? And there were people I'd say, get up, it's your life. And they'd say no. And somewhere down the line I said, oh, you know, we feel good about heroes, right? We feel good about people who are doing good stuff. And then we don't get up and do it ourselves. And that was when I said, okay, this is where it is. What is equity? I have seen Smriti. Smriti is equity in action. Shekha is equity in action. Amrita ji is equity in action. Nuha is equity in action. Sharmila is equity in action. Because equity means how much action can I take in my life when it is needed and be in the right place at the right time to do the right thing. And for that, I need to go out and take action. So I was all of 14 or 15, I think. And I told everybody who was senior to me, listen, you don't know how to live life. They beat the hell out of me. Said, don't come and tell us how to live life. You don't know anything. नए बच्चे हो, हर बात में बीच में टांग अड़ाना है. हाँ अड़ाना है. टांग इतनी सारी भगवान ने दी चलने के लिए अड़ाओ. जिसको अड़ाना है अड़ाओ. So I had serious issues with the fact that why were people not getting up and doing what was needed to be done? Like if I can see it, why can't you see it? But then I realized that they did not love themselves, neither did they love their life, nothing else. So they were following the instruction manual. And I had no instruction manual. So my life was cool. No instruction, no manuals, no nothing. Do what you want to do. Enjoy life. Enjoy life. And that was the time I was a student of Swami Vivekananda. And 30 words from Swami Vivekananda completely changed my life. All of us over here may have heard those words or read somewhere because I put them up many times on my social media. And the words go like the 30 words. Sirf 30 shabd hai. And those 30 words were totally taken, they still today drive my life, and they are men, men, men. Men, and he also meant women. Men, 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 these are wanted. These are wanted. Not the hunter-gatherer men. Men in general. Men, 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 these are wanted. Everything else would be ready, but strong, vigorous, believing young men, sincere to the backbone, are wanted. Sincere to the backbone. 100 such, and the world becomes revolutionized. अच्छा है ना? I still get goosebumps. So I heard this when I was only 9 years old. And these words have never left me. The men, 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 these are wanted. Everything else would be ready. But strong, vigorous, believing young men, sincere to the backbone, are wanted. 100 such and the world becomes revolutionized. And I thought as a kid that I wanted to be one of that 100. I had no clue how. But somewhere looking around me, when I saw everything is so nice in the scripture, everything is so good in the books, when I meet people, nobody wants to get up and do anything. I said, okay, we will create that people will get up and ask. I asked all of them, what is your problem? So somebody was in fear. Somebody was under social construction. Somebody said, I don't know how to do it. Somebody said, oh, it's my mom said, don't do it. Somebody said, my neighbors are going to say this. Somebody said, oh, no, I think I'm not capable. Somebody said, I'm not able. It was a very negative construct of the human mind. And I said, okay, I found my calling. At the age of 14, that is the first claim of equity. And I said, listen, I will go and do everything that I need to do for myself. And then I'm now taking upon myself that I'm going to tell everybody else what you can do for yourself. That is where it all started for me. And a vision around alternative education came into being, and I said, okay, this is 14, and the vision then came into life when I started and initiated the human potential industry in India in 2009-2010. So I pioneered the human potential industry in India with the same thought that everybody, you deserve success, you deserve happiness, you deserve everything. Why must anybody live any less? And why is anybody living any less? Because people have to get up on their own and figure out ways, like you, Shekha, to find your happiness. It could be anything, right? And people don't do that. And when you go and ask them, why you're not doing it? You're so capable, you're so this, you're so here, so what is stopping them? What is stopping them claiming their own equity on this earth, saying that I exist now, this is what I'm capable of, this is what I want to do, this is where I feel good, this is what is good for me, this is what makes me happy. We don't say that because we stand in the back and say everything is nice because they say so. So there is all so much of they. So I said, okay, let me be a little bit more selfish. I'll say I. So we'll do I, me, myself a little bit from a very good perspective that if you become a good person, you help 100 other people. If you become a person, Smriti, you see, if she acts, 18 million people would be helped. 18 million. You see the number? 18 million people. Now that's a good number, right? So why are we not doing it? What is the issue? So then I said, okay, let me start now. So I started looking for ways to do these little things where I could make that little difference, possibilities. And slowly I learned that I could express my potential and then go and teach it to somebody else. Then I would express my way of living, the high potential way of living, and then ask other people to follow that. And that brought me to write books and etc. etc. I just went on and on and on, and it's expanded so much, it's not funny. It's taken me to about 20 countries, and this is 21. And, and apart from that, 45 odd awards, 1 million people having new employment, and lots of other things that have happened around it by that one thought that my equity is me. I'm the only person who takes action if I want to do something. I could be doing it for myself, that's equity. I could be doing it for everybody, that's equity. I could be doing it for 18 million people, but equity is claimed by me, by my action. It's not given to me. When we talk of equality, we are talking of measured numbers, saying, okay, this is gender gap, this is salary pay gap, this, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it is my life. It's a good 60, 70 years to make a difference to your life. We are given a lot of gyan that will change the whole world. I say change yourself first. And if you do that, believe me, you can change the entire world. You can go and do what you want to do. There are ceilings, I would say there are no ceilings, but there are barriers which need to be broken into, that need to be pierced. There will be challenges, but if you live this way, believe me, there is no traffic there. There are not many people who live like this. I don't have to stand in the crowd. I can stand by myself and do what I'm doing. So now, starting from that vision at the age of 14, to initiating the human potential industry in India, and to say that it was called Success India. You know, the project started off called Success India. This is 2009, sir. So I realized that I'm ahead of Modi ji. He started all the India thing in 2014, right? So I was very ahead of times, yeah. There was another thing I did ahead of time. I was showing to this one, Sharmila just now. So you saw that book, which was a bestseller in the US. India, it has not become the bestseller. India में लोग कम पढ़ते हैं, तो किताब भी इतनी मोटी सी है. So I was showing her, I said, Sharmila, this is something I wrote in 2012. This book became a bestseller in US, UK. And in the author's note it says that so far there have been fights for equality. But nucleus is a revelation of equity that we possess within the world and how we must build and live that space. Owning the rights and freedoms as an experience must become the ultimate social leverage. It's your life. Nobody's, my parents have brought me in here. They ran away from a small town to Delhi, but that's the best they could do. Now hereafter, whose responsibility is it to achieve the, whatever in your mind there is, or whatever in your heart there is? Why are we waiting? Who are we waiting for? Who will give it to us? Anyway, women are not supposed to do a lot. मिलना ही नहीं है, लगे रहो. पूरा आधी लाइफ निकल जाती है, खत्म हो जाता है. Confused and struggling with how they can express their lives in societies that are rife with gender issues, this may just be the answer to women's leadership. So this is the book that you people just watched on the screen. So this is a 2012 book. So Sharmila, still ahead of time. So I probably decade ahead of time. You are doing Embracing Equity now, 2023. I did it in 2012. Clapping for me, huh? So this was the initiation of the human potential industry in India. So this is where I have beaten Mr. Modi. So आप क्यों, आपको नहीं बताना था ये वाला. Sorry. No, I have done nothing. So उसको भूल जाओ, उसको भूल जाइए. Forget this one. So this, it's a vision for all of us who are people who feel a sense of patriotism toward the country, then we have to work towards it. And this was more about human potential, where we thought that the word success is a misunderstood word. It's more of a stress word than being a good word, that everybody over here in this world needs to succeed in their own little way, whichever one they want. And they must learn to do it. So if you say, I've got fear, I say, okay, I'll tell you how to get out of fear. You say, I have a problem, acting out in front of other people. I say, okay, we have an answer for that. So we are now converting that whole thing into television, visual medium thing, so that we can reach out, not just to people in India or anywhere else, but to people across the world. So that's the next part of the project, right? So now this is the part that changed. Why this whole thing happened in my life, I want to tell a personal story. Have permission? छोटी सी एक story है. मेरी height कितनी होगी आपके हिसाब से? 5'4"? Thank you, sir. That's because of the shoes. कुल मिला के 5 foot है. 5 foot nothing. So I call myself 5 feet nothing, right? I'm 5 feet nothing, right? And because of that reason, I am a very good basketball player, but I am not included in the team because of my height. You have to have minimum 5'4". So I am a good player, but I'm not in the team. I'm frustrated. I'm desperate. I cry. I whine. I go beg, but nobody takes me in the team. So now what happens, one such fateful day that an inter-school match is going on, 11-12 standard hoga, and suddenly my sports teacher called me and said, listen, come here. One of the players is not there. We need an extra. So what? Extra? Wow. I'm in the team. I'm an extra. And I'm sitting like an extra over there. I am happy being an extra. अरे कुछ तो मिला. No, अगर किसी तरह से टीम में घुसो तो घुस गए टीम में. तो first thing they teach you as a mindset for an extra is that you have to, पहले तो आपको खेलने को मिलेगा नहीं. या नंबर नहीं आने वाला. If at all the number comes, if at all you get an opportunity to play, you are supposed to dribble the ball and pass it to the main player. That's what we are taught as an extra, that if at all you go inside, your job is to make sure that the main players are, you facilitate the main players' game. So you dribble the ball, pass the ball to them. I said, okay, good. Now we are sitting there, 30-all is the score, 3 minutes to the match left. I am asleep on the side, number ही नहीं आना पाया, आराम से सोते रहोगे. And उसके बाद मिलता है क्या? समोसे, Fanta, refreshment. So mind is somewhere else. Waiting for the match to end, that we will get refreshments and we'll have fun and so on and so forth. We know number is not coming. We're not going inside to play. And when we sit outside, what do we do, sir? When we are watching even Sachin Tendulkar out of the television screen, we sit there and tell him how to play. Ouch! Oh, Marani, mar. This is what we do. I was doing the exact same thing. I am sitting outside and telling every player over there, if I was there, my God, come on. There's noise, there's like 200-odd people from 3 different schools shouting, fighting, cheering is going on, 30-all, 3 minutes to the match. And when I'm talking to myself, if I was there, I would have done that. I have no idea what happens. The captain of the team falls, bruises both her knees, is bleeding, she's called out of the court, and my coach is on the other side of the court, and he looks at me and he's, come on, and I am still sleeping and thinking of Fanta. And I said, God, you heard my prayer? Did you hear what I said? But this is not nice. You made the girl fall down. This is not good. But anyway, I ran inside, and now my mind is still in the refreshments. I picked the ball, like an auto reaction, you're like dribbling the ball, you're going everywhere, and passing the ball, this and that. The mindset sets in, immediately the mindset comes in that you have to literally facilitate the main players. I'm doing just that. 1 minute goes by, and the ball passes from in front of me from the center line and goes out. I get an opportunity to again pick the ball and throw the ball back into the court. 2 minutes to the match left, and it's still 30-all, and Immediately as I pick the ball, my auto reaction, the mindset comes in, and I pick the ball and I'm ready to throw the ball and pass the ball. Now pass where? इतनी लंबी लंबी लड़कियां, जगह ही नहीं मिल रहा, पास कहाँ करेंगे उसको? तो उसमें मेरे को I got 5 seconds to sort of look around. I could not find a place to throw the ball. Otherwise, I would have thrown the ball. Within those 5 seconds, I don't know what happened, and I realized, I said, "Arey, it is 30 all. We just need one basket here. What if I take that basket?" I'm standing on the center line, and this is probably against the rules also. You don't do those things. So I looked at it and I'm looking, everybody is saying, pass the ball, pass where, pass to who? I don't know, I can't understand pass to who, man. And now here I'm standing, pass the ball, and I suddenly realize if I take that basket, we win the match. Otherwise the ball goes back to the court and we'll have a penalty shootout and then we'll see what happens, but this is the moment. So I turn my body like this. And all my kinetic energy, potential energy, physics comes into my mind. I don't know from where. And I can see I'll have to throw the ball 70 feet diagonal from above these girls in order to get to the basket. From here, I can look at my coach and say, "What?" So in the sporting language, we talk like this, So my sir over there says, "What?" And I told sir, watch. From the side of my eye, I can see sir doing this. Something is coming up, so they could see what I was up to. And I just turned a little bit this way. Diagonally, I'm sort of positioning myself for that shot. And I hear the girls over here. Everything blanks out. I can see them shouting, "Pagal hai, ball pek. What are you trying to do? What is going on?" And everything just slows down. If there are moments when you see in movies, everything goes zzz. So that was a zzz moment for me. And everything I blinded out completely from those people, those girls shouting, screaming, everything is blank. It's me and the basket, and it's the ball, and it's just that moment. And I say, okay, this is the moment of equity. I will claim the part that I can do. Nobody gives it to us, right? I claim the part that I can do, and I made that basket and we won the match. And of course, I got a lot of Fanta, lot of samosa, lot of masti. But this particular incident made me realize that gender was never an issue. Do you think gender is an issue now? A man could have done it. I did it. I did it at 5 feet. I did it in a dismal circumstance. Only 2 minutes to the match left. Everybody shouting against the whole idea. But it happened, So it was a possibility that existed in that moment. And that is equity. That if you can go reach out to the possibilities that lie before you, don't let all the gender things stop you from saying, no. Don't let somebody come and tell you, listen, this is not the way you do things. Do it this way. This is better for you. We don't like the way you do things. Don't let anybody tell that to you, because when it is your moment to go out and do what you can do, that is the moment of equity. And if we can create that in our everyday life, believe me, you are going to be way ahead of the world. So where I'm coming from having parents run away from a small town to not being able to get the right kind of support even in the beginning of my life, to standing here and talking to you, it's been a long journey, and it's not been an easy journey. It's not been easy. It's not been, nobody gave it to me. But then I said, Sharmila earlier said level playing field. We are asking other people to make a level playing field. There is no level playing field. It will not be like, she said earlier, 130 years. I'm saying 300 years. There will be no level playing field for us. So we have to create a new play field. How many women over here, and I would also ask support from the men, how many of us over here would think that we can create a new play field where these rules do not exist?
I'm already living that life.
Good. So now, when I started doing this, I had no idea where this was going to go. No clue. Clueless. Vision ke piche chal pade. It's been 35, 40 years now. Not a day has gone by when I have not lived this vision. Not a day has gone by when I have not worked on it. Not a day has gone by when I have not reached out. I have failed so many times. I have been rejected I don't know how many times. I have been thrown out of a good 123 offices. मैंने count करके रखा है. कहाँ से धक्के मार के बाहर निकला गया, कि नहीं हमारे लिए नहीं है ये, so it's been, so if you have something good to do, if you can go out and say, listen, I am capable of this, and where do we have to take it back? लेके कहाँ जाएंगे ऊपर? किसके लिए छोड़ के रखना है? And this goes for the men too. I have seen many men, all in my people in my life also, they could have done a lot more. And if I were to ask everybody over here, how many of us overthink that we could have done a lot more? So sir, why are we not doing it? Equity. हम बताएंगे आपको communication center से कि कैसे किया जा सकता है. So, if it's not for the outside environment, would our performances be different? Yes. If it is not for this, so nobody can alter, attack, disturb, or tell you what to do in your internal environment. So what can equity do for us is to create an environment inside of me. And I think I'm very inspired by Shekha and Smriti both. Amrita ji, who has literally taken it upon herself that I don't care. I'm, where I may be in a privileged space, but that doesn't mean I don't exist. It's important to raise that voice, right? So if you are able to do that, that your inner space is unperturbed, undisturbed by any rejection, any social conflict, anybody who comes and says anything to you, anybody who says you're not a good this thing, or whatever it is, I don't care. Because I know from here that this is what I'm capable of. So with a show of hands, I think everybody over here will know that, and everybody would not have thought about it in the manner that I'm saying. Today, if you have to ask yourself, are you capable of more inside yourself? You know that you can do it and you have let that go. How many of us have done that? All of us, right? And that's what it is. Equity means, I don't care what's happening outside, but equity means that today, this moment, I am not wasting a single moment of my life. Not a thought, not a word, not a thing, not an occasion, not an opportunity, not a trip, not anything.
It's me and myself.
Yes. I have to beat me, right? If at all. So I keep looking at other people to say, come, I am a winner. No, I'm not. I mean, who cares? Right? But if we become a little bit appreciative of ourselves, we may be in a position to do that. So this is the part. Now, the first 3 slides, sabko yaad hai? I made an impact, sir. See? I knew some things matter. So no, sir, you have to remember the hunter-gatherer part. Also the shrunk brain part. Because in my seminars, I have to tell sometimes when men get edgy. So I have to tell them.
Communication and emotion.
And emotion, yeah. These 3 things are powers that we all possess, have been totally underutilized, underplayed, have never used them properly, have not built on them, have not mastered them. So promise to ourselves today, all of us to each other, I'm going to build on these 3 things. Alphabet is only acceptance, that it has come from a shrunk brain. Let that man go.
He died.
Jaane do. He died. He's out of our lives, right? So we will just pick the alphabet part, understand from our own education that this is not how it's supposed to be, and move forward from there. But communication and emotion, which is the most important part of life, that if husband and wife are fighting, what works, sir? Communication. Ukraine is fighting with Russia. What works, sir? Communication. India and China are fighting. What works, sir?
Communication.
Rahul Gandhi and Modi ji is fighting. What works, sir?
No communication.
No communication. Modi ji works. Yeah. So Modi ji's communication is way better than anybody else's in the country. So he is a genius, if I can say that. A huge fan of Modi ji. Genius that man is, right? You look at the way he communicates what he does. So much to learn from there. Now the last 4 slides are the things that we need to master. If we were to talk about equity, equity means, like I said, what is it that I am capable of, and I have to be brave enough to go put it out in the world. I'm not waiting for other people to tell me what to do and what not to do. I'm not interested in that, because unless and until I am in my heart wanting to create value in the manner that I can, I'm not saying I want to, this is my arrogant way of being that I want to do this. No, I can. I know inside myself. And biggest example here, the lady here, Shekha, she says, I can. Look at the kind of difficulties she's gone through, apart from her fractures.
There are more that I have
haven't mentioned.
Yes, yeah. So with her puppy eyes and charming look, she has managed to beat that bullshit. Right? So I like, yeah, I like that. So now, once you know it from within. A child knows. When we ask children, little children, what do you want to become? आप बड़े होके क्या बनना चाहते हो? वो मेरे को पायलट बनना है. उनको पता होता है. और हम सबको पता होता है. लेकिन हम उस पता होते को छोड़ देते हैं सबके सब. You know, we don't follow that because we just sort of move away from that center. And if I can find that center of gravity once again, equity happens. Now, differentiating personal value, this is one we need to master. That all of us over here, हाँ, मेरी बुराई तो नहीं कर रहे ना? हाँ, पे ठीक है. हाँ, मुझे लगा मेरी बुराई कर रहे बीच में से. So now differentiating personal value because you're ultimately at all times you're acting. Yes. To go. Okay, okay. So, going inspired, good, and I hope you stay inspired too. All right, bye-bye. So now, when we do that, we have to understand it's about, can you see a brand in her differentiating value? Can you see it in Smriti? Can you see it in the girls who came up here? Can you see it in that lady here, the one in white? She has a different persona altogether. Can you see it in here, the gentleman here? Yeah, we met him last evening. आपके में देखिए, इनमें देखिए, अलग से ही दिखाई दे रहे, चमक रहे बिल्कुल. हाँ, बिल्कुल, charm, glow देखिए, बिल्कुल. So this is very important to understand that what is my differentiating value, because my personality is one that goes with me everywhere, and somehow we put the personality back. We try to gel, we try to fit in, we try to be like others, we want to be, accepted, appreciated, God knows what all. But at the end of the day, I am still different from everybody else, and it's foolish on my part to be like everybody else. I might as well own who I am as a person, become a person of differentiating value, that each time I go out there, people know that Abha is coming, she means business, she is talking, something that matters, and she wants to create impact within a period of 40 minutes. Let's see if she does it or not. So this is it. This is how we create our differentiating person value. So what stops us from going out and doing that? Is our own personal interference. We interfere. Like all the things. And it's not just the women. I'm sorry to say it's not about the gender thing. Even men go through that. And I know so many men, I work with so many of them across the world, that all of them have been carrying things inside them which have stopped them, blocked them from going out there and doing what they were really looking forward to do in life. They do not get genuine encouragement. You want to say we want men, we want to be like a man, be a man. But what does that mean? Nobody tells them that. And I know how many people have been crushed under that to say that I wanted to be this. I'm not saying do this. Be this, I could never become that. Because everybody told me be a man. Everybody told me this is the way what a man means. Go out there, do this. Go out there, do this. This is how it is. So the same rules that have broken down women's lives have broken down men's lives too. So I think a round of applause, we've teased them too much. A round of applause for all the men in the room, please. So, yeah, despite all the brain shrinking joke that I cracked, which is just biology, it's not from me, And science, yeah. But I because I'm a good student, so I use it sometimes. And it may sound, and sometimes it may sound like a joke. It isn't a joke, but it is a truth. But it is a very, very good truth for us to understand what is my strength? What is my biggest strength? So if my strength is communication and emotion, and men have to communicate from a focused perspective, then they have that strength. And if they have emotions which are not shrunk but suppressed, they have to become more intelligent. So we know there are gaps over there, we can fill those gaps. So that's the first part. So if we can do this, if I become the optimum version of me and focus on doing that, there is much to do without, we don't have to know the how. I got to know me. That's it. And then I go out there and figure out. We can figure everything out. Everything is figure outable. Let's go out there and do. Are we brave enough to do that? Can I just go out and say, I want to do this? Yes. I can. You can. Huh? We can. We all can. But we stop ourselves. And why do we stop ourselves over here? Is only because of all that social conditioning. We come and says, you be a woman, you be a man. And then what do you do after that?
Act like one day.
Nothing. Nothing. Live your life 70 years and after that stay frustrated, dissatisfied, angry and bitter, and all those kind of things come into life which we could have totally avoided if we understood this. So my equity means that I am living my best life now. I am doing my best at this point of time. I am mastering everything about me. Why do I have to take back what God has given me? Where do I have to take it? What will it do in hell? I have to go to hell, sir. यहाँ से जाने के बाद I am going to hell. पक्का. So what will it, all these talent, these gifts, these speaking abilities will do in hell? बताओ. Nothing. Right or wrong? So we have to be able to understand that we have to bring it all down here. And equity means I claim it here in the present moment as to what I can do. So with that, just one thought, to think that I have created an industry. You know, it took me a while to sort of accept that. Then somebody said, you've got this, bade award wala. So I said, oh, recognition. For what? This was just this vision that I had as a kid. But can you see how big it can get? Just because you're able to deal with the equity part, and equity is my personal thing. I have to claim it. Nobody tells me what equity means. Slowly we'll create a play field where we can all go out there and live with equity and do what we want to do, right? The next one is the change part. How many of us understand change? We've heard that word. I know it's a nice word, but none of us have been told that this is one of the biggest things to master. If you want to grow, if you want to be a person of high value, if you want to be a high potential person, you have no idea what is coming the next minute. So if you do not have the capacity and the ability to change, you are doomed. Right? So most of the people get doomed because this part, when it is the time to do stuff, when it is the time to change, they are not trained to tell their mind to move up the ladder. They stop thinking. They will stop and think whether or not. So they will measure, they will calculate, and they'll do all kind of things, and all it would have needed was change. Some change. So what is change? Am I able to mentally shift myself? That I liked you so much, but you came and stabbed my back. Will I be able to see, oh yeah, I didn't understand. But mentally, if we can shift ourselves, and which is what we teach in all our seminars, that change, mastering change. We want, what have we been taught? Linear. Jitna shanti se life kate, utna acha hai. Not too much disruption is not nice. Convenient, comfortable, linear, everyday, same to same. I'm happy. And here are people who say, okay, if I'm bored, if there's no change, there's no disruption, there's nothing new to do, I am not able to find my equity, come in and say, where am I doing? How can I live the same life the second day? It's a new day. It's a new set of people. I met so many new people today. So now how can I live the same thing over and over again? मैंने ये वाला joke जो एक बार मारती हूँ अपने सेमिनार में आज 6 बार मारा. Change, because the audience is receiving the joke. So change it, so put it together. So now if I have to ask everybody, what about your life, that one thing if you did not change is going to harm you? Attitude. Our attitude. It's up to you, personal. What is that one thing that you think you can't, if you did not change, it's going to harm you for the rest of your life? Your attitude, sir. Sorry? Regret, yes?
Shrunk brain.
I have made my point, please. I made my point. I need a round of applause, right? So, what is that one thing in life, sir? Thank you for that. That was good. I believe you. So, what is that one thing in our personal space that if I did not change would harm me even further? We know it. We all know it. Self-doubt. Okay. See, Mahesh, right? No, I'm sorry, this one is serious. I'm sorry, this is serious. Self-doubt, sir? आपका कोई है? Same है? आपको? Communication, sir? Procrastination, आपको? Perception, आपको? सबको पता है क्या करना है change. उसके बाद भी नहीं करा है. You get my point? Now that is the part that we have not been taught in schools, colleges, homes, anywhere. Or even in our workplaces, that we have to become people of quick change. If I understand that this is harming me, and it is about me, my goals, my personal thing, I have the capacity to change that. Nobody does it for me. And I know it, I still live it, and then I continue to harm myself, and then after harming myself, I go to him, and I say, sir, I need your coaching. He says, I will charge you $1,000 an hour. You pay the $1,000. And after the coaching, you say, I'm not satisfied. So you see how the cycle goes. अपने आप ही कर लो. खुद ही कर लो, पता है चेंज करना है तो. Exactly. बचेंगे, पैसे भी बचेंगे. So now here is, it's a cycle. Unless and until you break that pattern and the cycle, it's too difficult to move on with life without causing harm to yourself. So if we are talking about women's equity, it's men's equity, everybody's. Equity is simple, it's for everybody, right? And equity for me is very clearly the action that I can take in my life to create what I want to create for me. That's it. Beautiful, right? And because I will go for my job, I will get married, I will have children, I will raise them, I will do whatever I need to do, but there is something that inside myself tells me, what am I capable of? Am I bringing that out into the world? So I will again be pushing myself against that barrier, against that gender inequality, against those places that say, not you, not a woman. When I started the industry in India, sir, I was very happy. I said, people will lap it up. You know, it's so good. And when I came, they said, क्या है? So I said, what, क्या है मतलब ये देखिए इससे लोगों की लाइफ बदल जाएगी, human potential इतना हो जाएगा. If we don't change individuals, we change nothing. So they said, no, ज्ञान हमको सब पता है. So sir, this is not ज्ञान, this is true, this is science, sir, this is motivation, this is पता नहीं क्या क्या medicine, psychology सब सुना है. Nobody listened to me. For almost 4 years, I had to work for no money, just to prove my point. Until I got my opportunity with the Olympians and I coached them, I had to beg to the government to say, please give me 3 athletes. I'm telling you this is going to work. And they literally sort of agreed out of, I had to bring in private people, I had to bring in Prakash Padukone, I had to bring in other people, other private institutions which were willing to support the sports people and brought me in as their mental strength coach. And India for the first time got berths at the London Olympics in 2012. Right? And I was like elated. I said, sir, I proved my point. And then क्या medal ही नहीं मिला? Oh, कहते इतना मेहनत करी, medal तो आया नहीं, madam. You have failed. Now we've got berths, but we got no medals. I said, sir, we got berths from nothing to berths. No, ma'am. Medal है तो medal है, नहीं तो कुछ नहीं है. So अब फिर हाथ जोड़ना पड़ा जाके, sir, please. Sir. 2014 Commonwealth Games, we got a gold. That was the first time that people started to believe what I was saying, that it works and why it works. And when we talk about it, so now nobody told me to go and do this. But it happened. And after that, since 2014, the government obviously is putting a lot of emphasis on sports and everything. But I thought sports is the best way to go and prove our point, because that's the way we look at sports. You win and lose. So people have to see a win in order to believe you. That's what it is. So like she was saying, I have to prove myself to other people. So that was a very, very taxing time on my mind, that I really had to look around myself to see who is listening to me. Nobody listened to me. Anyway, after that, everybody said, okay, ma'am, we've heard everything that you said. But why you? So I said, I have explained the whole thing to you. I spent my entire life doing this. Now, what is it, why you? So I was very agitated. I said, listen, I'm going to answer your question with another question. And they said, what is that? And I said, sir, why not me? And after that, they hated me. Sir, they never let me enter their office. So that is what happened when I said, why not me? So this is how it is that we face these barriers every day. We have to understand what I am able to create, and that's all that I need to focus on to make it worth my life. I'm not making it worth everybody else's. If I can add value to others, good for me. If I can't, at least I have to add value for me first before I can do it for other people. So this is the third thing that we have, the biggest power. One is my differentiating value, one is the power to change, the last one is the choices, that how many of us over here make conscious choices and not work on auto. Mostly it's automotive. And that means that once you make a choice, you are totally responsible for your action and for the choice that you made. So I'll give you a very cute example, like a dirty example, you know. So when you are, abhi to hum log sab bade ho gaye yahan par, you know. When we were younger, no, when the boyfriend-girlfriend stage, courting stage, you know, at that time, everything is very happy. We're very happy, we are very good with each other, we are on the moon, flying. We're flying, right? And then the breakup happens. How easy is it at that point of time to break up? Quite hard, right? It hurts, right? But if we got engaged and then we are still happy, everything is happy, nice, and the breakup happens. Then what happens? How easy it is? How easy is it to break up? More difficult. Okay, and after that we exchange rings, sir. After that it's over. The game is over. Game is over. Over. So once you have exchanged the rings, game is over. You made the choice. Now you have to live with a hunter-gatherer choice for the rest of your life. With a shrunk brain. हाँ जी. अभी बताइए जब choice का इतना बड़ा effect होता है. You know, our choices affect our lives in every possible way, and we are not taught that we have to make conscious choices towards where we want to go, in the direction that we want to create something good, and in the things that we enjoy doing, rather than making unconscious choices, taking unconscious responsibility for those choices, going through the consequences of those choices, wasting our time and life fighting those choices and the consequences, and then sitting back bitter and saying, listen, I wish I made a different choice, right? So this is what happens to all of us. So alphabet, याद है? याद है? Communication center, इस टेबल पे याद है? हाँ जी? Emotion, intelligence, ये तो पूरी मेल टेबल है, नहीं एक है मैम बीच में. हाँ, सर आपकी तरफ से इधर इस तरफ. हाँ, याद है? Differentiating value, who you are as a person, differentiating value, याद है? हाँ, change, mastering change, याद है? Choices, याद है? तो अभी जैसे हम लोग अब ultimately what do I have to perfect in order for me to become a person of equity? Myself. In action. Equity is life in action, and every action will have a consequence that will bear a consequence on your life, on your emotional life, physical life, mental life, spiritual life, professional life, financial life, every bloody aspect of your life, and then we don't even think about it consciously and let it keep going like this. That is lack of equity. Manual. So now, if I were to perfect anything, is to perfect myself. In my strengths, in my power, in my emotions, in my mind, in my thoughts, in my belief system, in my spoken word, in my speech, in my intention, in my way of being, in my life on a day-to-day basis, that I know that tomorrow is not guaranteed. And I'm not saying about money. I'm not saying about anything. I'm not saying about success. I go out of here, I don't know if I can get back home. How on earth, with that kind of reality, if we understand that, we allow any minute of our life go waste, and we do not want to master ourselves. Your equity means you. You go claim it. Nobody knew when that little child in my mother's womb would do what. Even I didn't know. Even my parents didn't know. Nobody knew. But only you have to pick yourself up and say, oh, listen, this is what I can do. Right? So you go out there and you perfect yourself and you compound your progress and create a body of work around you that on the deathbed you have no regret saying that, listen, I wanted to do this, I couldn't do it. I need 7 lives, sir, to finish what I've already planned on paper. Yes, it started. It needs a lot of time. So now, a lot of people will be struggling with saying, okay, how come this is possible? She's talking, but will it work? Is it too good to be true? It is, sir. It is too good to be true in a very good way, because it is possible. We are all living, I think we are all very senior people over here, so I don't have to give you the basics of anything at all. But if we look at life, do you think, everything has to start thriving in your life? How many of us can say, I thrive? Thrive. Not survive, not live. Thrive. पीछे वाले जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं ना, 2 हाथ से हाँ, thrive. अभी क्या है कि नहीं है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन from today, I have understood a couple of things. Not all for that, you will have to spend time with me for 3 days. I'll pakao you like nobody's business, and then you will go transformed. So I've tried to do that in 40 minutes if something can go into the space. But having said that, from today, I think everybody over here has to pledge, if you can all stand up for a second, please. Okay, I can go up now, right? So with the first is the right hand over here. Right hand. Right hand. So please say I am. And in your mind, you don't have to say it loudly to anybody else. Who you are, tell yourself, I am. Anybody who wants to speak out loud is free to do that. I am who? Good. Who else? Yes, we need more supermen in the room. Fighter, good. I am who? I want one word that you can carry back with you. I am who? I am who? Good. I am who? I am who? Or thank you, sir. I will exchange name cards with you. I am who? This table with the girls here. I am who? सर सोल वाला बाद में करेंगे, अभी के लिए इधर जमीन पे आ जाते हैं, ठीक है? Yes, I am the power. So can everybody say, I am the power? With the second hand say, I have the power to thrive, not just survive. So from this day on, I pledge to this entire room of big communication centers and 50% shrunk brains that from this day on, I pledge to myself that I have the power to thrive, because I know I can let the man go. I know I have to master my communication, because that is where the world runs. I know that my body is full of emotions and I need to intelligently use them. I know that I have differentiating personal value. I know that I have to master change, and if I don't do that, I'll be harming myself. I know that I have on this earth exceptional choices, and it is in my hands to make those choices, right? You have a backbone. Sincerity to the backbone. The pledge goes with you and stays with you, and please don't break that promise, right? So now what happens, sir? Please, everybody can sit down. Thank you. Big round of applause for all of you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm just running out of time. So the last part is right action means that at a given moment, what's the right thing to do is what you do. And there is no rule book. So you will be breaking many rules. Because the rule is what is it my feeling inside my gut? What's in my heart? What's in my mind? What's my capability? What do I want to go out and do? That is the rule. So this is where it is. And now when I say women's equity, how many women? We have some very special women over here who have some extremely powerful acumen when it comes to accountancy. I'm very proud of all of you. I could never do that. I dropped from CS for accounts paper. मैंने CS किया हुआ था, अकाउंटेंसी की वजह से छोड़ दिया, नहीं हुआ मुझसे, अच्छा नहीं लगा, मतलब थोड़ा सा मज़ा नहीं आया. So मैं नहीं हूँ, मैं थोड़ा बिग पिक्चर आइडिया में चलते रहती हूँ, तो छोटे में नहीं होता मेरे से, हिसाब नहीं लगाया जाता मेरे से, so मुझे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है उसमें, कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आ जाता है, बाकी काम नहीं होता. So now there are no rules, there is only opportunity, there is shortage of people who gets things done, and if women can get into that space. We always, who said earlier that if you want to get things done, ask a woman? Somebody said that. Amruta, yeah, right? So now you have to, when you have to get things done without cribbing, crying, women are the right people with the right skills and the right ways to get things moving, right? So I end it with a small story over here. And how do you do all this? Somebody will ask me, you've told us very nice things and it all looks very, gyan kind of thing. But is it a good to listen thing, or is it something that I can also do? So the little story that I want to end with is that when I became a lawyer, are there lawyers in the room? No. None? Ek bhi nahi hai? Oh, good. Because this is for the CAs. CAs, na? No, फिर भी law भी पढ़ लेते हैं साथ में ज़बरदस्ती में, हाँ. So So when we become lawyers, the first thing that happens to us is we are orientated to go to courts. And what do we do in courts is that we are trained to go to courts in order to get the nervousness out of the body out, and we have to speak one line. And the line is, Your Honor, Your Honor, my senior is out of town. Can I please seek adjournment for 2 weeks? Now this line, if you are not good, you can speak for 5 years and not get ahead. So it is not to say that you don't understand law, but it's for you to get the nervousness out of your system, because when you're standing in a court of law, there's a judge, there's a set of people there, it's intimidating, the atmosphere. So I was very good at this line, sir. I was, I rattled the line, and every day I would go, Sir, Your Honor, my senior is not there, can I seek a date for 2 weeks? Okay. They knew it was juniors, and I became very smart. I was believing in myself that I have become very smart. And I can now go and get adjournment from any court, from anywhere. All I have to do is say, Sir, ye wala halat ho gaya tha. I had become like this. I was so smart. And I was, Sir, Your Honor, my senior is not in town. He's gone to Mumbai. Can I seek a short adjournment? Now that day, the judge probably saw, badmash bacche. He said, sorry. Now this we had not learned. Out of syllabus question aa gaya, no, we are not giving you adjournment. Now the matter was worth 10 lakhs. This is way back, sir. 10 lakhs at that time was a lot of money to play with as a junior. And my senior was in Mumbai. Now judge said no adjournment. Now, all this, all this swag. 2 minutes, sir. Sir, please, sir, please, sir, has bilkul, sir, change, immediate change. And sir said no, I'm sorry. Go to the library, prepare. I said, sir, please, sir, I will get thrown out of the job, sir. Sir, please, sir. Sir, please, sir. The please went on for a good 7 to 8 minutes. He said, sorry, not happening. Please go to the library. Do you know the case? I said, yes, sir. I prepared it. Go study. Come back at 2 o'clock. This is around 10:30 in the morning. I'm sweating. This is winters. I'm sweating. I go there. We study. We go out and prepare everything. And after that, I come back at 2 o'clock. Sir says, ready? Yes, sir. Start. No voice. Still nervous. After all the preparation. And the judge sat down, and immediately after 10, 12 minutes, I got started a little bit. Then I spoke for about 55 minutes. And he heard me, and they're supposed to pass an order after hearing you. And he made me wait for another 15 minutes. It was a near-death experience for me. I did not know. Sorry?
Then did he give the adjournment?
No.
No, he gave the decision.
He said, you wait for another 20 minutes to get the order. Now I'm wondering whether the order will be a positive order or a negative order, because it's 10 lakh bucks of the client. Now I'm very worried. I'm still shaking. I'm still very nervous. And he got up from his seat and he said, I have not seen a person as foolish as you. I said, what, sir? So I said, foolish? In front of the entire courtroom. What? Basically, humiliation. And I'm like sitting over there, said, what, sir? Sir, how can you call me foolish, sir? So he said, no, foolish. Absolutely stupid. So I said, but why, sir, I have prepared, sir, sir, we don't have the mandate to come, sir, only for adjournment, sir. Again the sir. He said, shut up, you, sit down for a second. He made me sit down. He said, listen, you have become a lawyer, and I gave you the opportunity that every law student would have dreamed of in their entire life, and you came to the courtroom without being prepared for that opportunity. Even if your senior tells you go take an adjournment, you should have been prepared. Why are you not prepared? So you people wear this black coat and you wear this band and you look very crisp and you're like wearing your polished shoes and everything is, you're walking with a swag and you're calling yourself a lawyer. Shut up. This is in front of a courtroom. So next time when you come to my court, and from here any courtroom, you will be foolish to go unprepared for anything. Whenever you go out there, now you have all the tools in your bucket, right? In your pocket. You know what needs to be done. All it needs is preparation. And if you...
What about the judgment?
Bata rahi hu, sir.
Have patience.
Closing. So I asked him, I was worried about the judgment just like you. So I asked him, sir, what about the judgment? He said, I'm giving you such a huge lesson. You are more stupid than I thought. I am giving you such a huge lesson of your life. You don't have the patience to stand there. The second lesson is patience. Prepare and stay patient. And then here is the order. It is in your favor. And it is not because I am doing you a favor, but because you prepared and you were patient in those 3 hours preparing the whole thing and coming back here and executing it, your effort will have to give its rewards. So that is where I'm going to end today, because if as women, if as men, we need to achieve equity, we need to go out there and claim our equity, we got to say, this is what I'm doing. You need, Sharmila, a wishbone, right? A backbone and a funny bone. Because without that, life can be quite a nightmare. And if we can have all these 3 and make sure that nobody beats us down. When you're walking on your own path, why would you let anybody beat you down? Get up and fight. What do you think? Yeah, thank you.
A louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was an awesome session. Power-packed, igniting our equity. Me, myself, no matter what the gender, what the situation, what the barrier. It's just me and me. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Abha. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can I please call CA Sharmila to present a token of our appreciation?
Thank you so much.
See, I said best for the last.
Thank you. Come. Sir, I want to tell everybody I'm a little ahead of time, but I'm okay. Huh? Communication center. Huh? Thank you.
I would now call ExCom member CA Shri Bharti to take us through the next session.
I am back. Good afternoon, everybody. All of you might be wondering what is the next session. There is no next session. We are here to just say thanks to all of you before we go to the raffles. So it is usually said that when you count your blessings, it's when you realize that there is so much to be thankful for and appreciate. The same applies to BCICAI as well. There are efforts of so many people that goes into every activity to ensure that the output what BCICAI gives is of good quality. We would like to acknowledge the contribution of the wonderful people for their work behind the scenes and would like to present a token of our appreciation to them. To do the honors, I would like to call CA Sharmila on stage. And as she comes, I would like to start by calling upon the people who have been working behind the scenes. There are 2 important persons who have worked so closely and for so long with BCICAI that ideally they should be given honorary CA degrees, actually. In fact, their CPE credit will have a better track record than any of us here. So I'm talking about our Mr. Ajit from Convex Media, who are technical partners, and he's a man behind the scene who ensures all what happens here goes very seamless. Next is the time to acknowledge our beloved Mastan Bhai, who ensures that our every event doesn't stay only in memories, but it is also there as pictures. Is our member Charles Itty here? Yes. I would like to acknowledge on BCICAI's behalf He is the person who ensures for every single CA, our conference, BCICAI conference, the auspicious start with the lamp happens. Every single time, the lamp, the flower, the oil, the bati, everything is ready and it's there. And he ensures that our event has a very auspicious start. Thank you, Charles. This is for you. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the presence of CA Shilpa and CA Sangeeta from our Muscat chapter who have come here all the way and to support us and show and embrace equity with us. So I would like you to come up on stage and accept a small token of our gratitude.
Sure. It's an honor to be here. I'm just completely moved by the entire event. Every few minutes I would have goosebumps. I can't thank my stars enough that I got this opportunity to come here. Thank you so much, CA Sharmila, for inviting us. This woman is amazing. She is remarkable, and you are all lucky to have her. So thank you so much. Oh yes, and the entire team, it's been so much fun to interact with each and every one of you. You all are awesome. Thank you.
Most of us know the effort it takes to clear CA exams. But do we know what it takes to conduct one? BCICAI has been conducting CA examinations in Bahrain with very steady support from our embassy. For each exam, our BCICAI members and people from our BCICAI family have been stepping up and taking the roles of invigilators to ensure smooth conduct of the exams. And today, we would like to acknowledge their time and efforts, starting with Mrs. Deepa Karthik, Mrs. Gayatri Vishwanath, Mrs. Sakshi Jain, CA Vivek Gupta, CA Surbhi Rati. Okay, Surbhi is not here. We will hand it over to her later. CA Subhashri Srinivasan. And CA Khushbu Wagnani. I would also call upon CA Rowana for volunteering for this women's conference. Her memento was missed in the morning to be given, so she will collect it now. CA Rowana. would also like to call upon, I should say global CA because he's there everywhere and he's also our member as well, CA Shanawaz, to come here to accept our token of our gratitude. We would also like to acknowledge the efforts of CA Karishma, who was part of the BCICAI subcommittee, and CA Priyanshi, who helped us with the exams. Currently, they're not in Bahrain, so we'll ensure that their memento reaches them. Thank you, Sharmila. Thank you. You can take your seat. So, continuing the Thanksgiving, our heartfelt thanks goes out to His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Mrs. Monica Srivastava, Ms. Nuha Suleiman for their presence and time earlier today. We thank our parent body, the ICAI, for the constant support to the chapter. ICAI President CA Aniket Talati, CA Preeti Savla for sharing with us their thoughts on this occasion. We express our thanks and gratitude to our speakers, Ms. Priti Nagpal, Ms. Abha Banerjee, Ms. Amrita Fadnavis, Ms. Dalal and Ms. Sheikha for sharing their valuable time and thoughts with all of us today and making this third Women's Conference of BCICAI a truly memorable one. We thank our sponsors, annual sponsors Beyond Money for always being there with us, and also all other sponsors who have helped us in this event. Our thanks also goes out to Gulf Hotel and its staff for the hospitality arrangements. We also thank our media partners, Gulf Daily News, Daily Tribune for covering today's event. For ensuring seamless flow of event, we thank our technical partners, Convex Media, and our gratitude also goes out to Mr. Mastan for covering today's event. Our sincere thanks to and gratitude to all our members, attendees, and guests for their presence and time. For a wonderfully and meticulously conducted conference, we thank the BCICAI's Executive Committee for their untiring efforts and enthusiasm. On this occasion, as we mark Women's Day celebration, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all women for being an epitome of strength and courage, and all the men who respect us, pay heed to us, and make our opinions count and treat us as an equal. I had written a poem on the occasion of Women's Day. I would take this opportunity to just read it out in front of you. The poem is titled, Hey Girl. Hey girl, you sitting there. Don't you think it's time you faced your fears? What's holding you back? What's pulling you down? Insecurities and bias will never die down. You will be judged, you will be let down. But are you going to let that bog you down? There's a whole world out there waiting for you to conquer. For every 100 haters, you'll have 1,000,000 supporters. Reach for the stars and be all that you want to be. Remember that you are the best that I can ever be. Thank you. With this, I would like to hand over control to CA Khushbu for conducting the raffles. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to hijack this stage, but the deal was, I suppose, Sharmila, asked me to come, that she'll give me an opportunity to recite a poem. So that was as in the deal, to get something. So I would not take much of the time, and the poem I wrote actually when this first event was organized, the first women conference, and I wrote a couple of lines for Sharmila. And I guess everybody liked those lines, and I ended up writing a poem. Having been through the session and lot of lessons, and I guess something I heard about, Abhaji was telling that I was ahead of the time. I was much ahead of the time. This spirit was, I suppose I wrote it 2 years or 3 years back. So the poem is in Hindi, and I can sense you would all understand it. But Sheikha, if you don't get it, my flight is tomorrow. So let me. Yes. Okay, let me write. Sorry. Yeah. So the title is the Aage Badungi. ईश्वर ने मुझे बहुत सहन शक्ति दी, सृष्टि मुझी से तो शुरू होनी थी, हर युग में दिए इम्तिहान मैंने, अपनों के लिए सुख त्यागे मैंने। पति के प्राण के लिए मैं यमराज से भी लड़ गई, दूसरों को बचाने के लिए हर दौर में मैं जल गई। पहले पिता फिर पति बच्चे बाद में, सबको आगे आगे करते करते बहुत पीछे रह गई मैं। उसूल आदर्श संस्कार और ढेर सारी परंपरा, सबका बोझ उठाते उठाते मेरा ना कोई वजूद रहा। बहुत सहन किया अब और सहन नहीं होता, समाज का ये दोगलापन बर्दाश्त नहीं होता। मैं किसी से कम नहीं ये बात मैंने जान ली, सृष्टि में मेरा कोई विकल्प नहीं ये बात पल्लू बांध ली। अरमानों को अपने में और नहीं दबाऊंगी, मैं अपने बारे में भी सोचूंगी। घर हो या बाहर पहचान अपनी बनाऊंगी, चांद तो क्या मार्स पर भी मैं जाऊंगी। मैं अब रुकूंगी नहीं, थमूंगी नहीं, बस आगे बढ़ूंगी। अगर कोई मुझे छेड़ेगा तो मैं मैरी की तरह फाइट भी करूंगी। समाज में अगर कुछ बुरा हुआ तो राइट भी मैं करूंगी। रंग रूप के चक्रव्यूह से बाहर निकलूंगी मैं, घूंघट की घुटन अब ना सहूंगी मैं। मन जो करेगा वो पहनूंगी मैं, और हिजाब पहनने से भी अब ना डरूंगी मैं। आंगन की तंग दीवारों में न रहूंगी, ज़रूरत पड़ी तो सरहदें भी फाड़ लूंगी। देश तो क्या विदेश में भी नाम करूंगी। एंड आई सपोज द नेक्स्ट फ्यू लाइन्स यू कैन अफोर्ड टू क्लैप एज वेल। आंगन की तंग दीवारों में ना रहूंगी मैं, ज़रूरत पड़ी तो सरहदें भी फांद लूंगी मैं। देश तो क्या विदेश में भी नाम करूंगी, ज़माना देखेगा। पति तो क्या तीनों लोगों पर राज करूंगी मैं। रुकूंगी नहीं, थमूंगी नहीं, किरण की तरह चमकूंगी नहीं, इंदिरा की तरह दमकूंगी भी। शर्म का दामन न छोड़ परिवर्तन की शमशीर बनूंगी। जड़े पक्षपात की काट, मर्द के साथ पीछे हटने से नहीं डरूंगी। डॉक्टर इंजीनियर सीए ऑथर सिविल सर्वेंट सब कुछ बनूंगी मैं। बहुत से कवियों ने मुझ पर कविता लिखी, अब मैं शर्मिला, आभा, नेहा, शेखा एंड आई गेस ऑल ऑफ द लेडीज़, अब मैं शर्मिला एंड ऑल ऑफ द लेडीज़ एज वेल, बहुत से कवियों ने मुझ पर कविता लिखी। अब मैं ये बनकर खुद का इतिहास लिखूंगी मैं। डरूंगी नहीं, थमूंगी नहीं, रुकूंगी नहीं, बस आगे ही बढ़ूंगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Shanawaz, for the wonderful poem. Sorry, don't worry, I'm not going to thank another long list of people. I'm just here to say that we were expecting our Smriti Irani ji to be joining us, but nation duty calls her, so she's not been able to join us and she sends her apologies. So without further ado, we will move on to the raffle session.
Thank you, Shri Bharti. Good evening once again to all of you. Good evening. Yes, time to give out our last but definitely not the least raffles for the day. The Bahrain chapter of ICAI had launched a social media campaign to promote the Women's Conference this year. The participants of this campaign are eligible for our next raffle, which is a BD50 voucher of Dadabai Travels. To do the honors, may I call upon our secretary for Bahrain chapter of ICAI, CA Nisha Kotwani. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. The next one goes to the second one today to Sunita Gupta. Our next set of vouchers is for our romantic CA members out here and is exclusively open for the male members. There will be 2 lucky winners to win the dining vouchers for Gulf Hotel. To do the honors, we have CA Nisha with us. Our first lucky winner is CA Baburaj Narayanan. Next, please. Yeah. CA Abhishek Gupta. The second one in his kitty too. Yeah, it's a romantic dinner for two. CA Arunav Chakrabarti? No, okay. Yeah. How happy to say the next, right? Let's see. CA Rohan Shankar? CA Gaurav Agarwal. Next. Oh. CA Baiju John. CA Raghunathan. Okay. Okay, our next set of raffles is for Khushbu. Confused? Okay, it's a perfume set exclusively open for the women CA members present today. That would be easier, Shri. It's okay if you wanna. You could have said something. Yeah, it's okay. We can. It's okay. Oh. We don't win the entire year, and then one day we win two. Next, please. Again, Renji. CA Renji. We have a second one again. Yeah? And lastly, we have BD50 vouchers to help you shop not only for yourself, but for your entire family from Lulu, where the world comes to shop. To go, of course, the first 50 BD voucher goes to CA Roanna. She just left. Okay, can we... Next. CA CA Dev Kumar. Okay. Okay. Okay, the last voucher for the day goes to CA Mayank Jain. So with that, we come to an end to the raffles. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you all once again for being such a great audience. Have a fantastic evening ahead and the rest of the weekend too.